you again, because a vision softly creeping left its scenes while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound. In restless dreams I walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, beneath the halo of a street lamp. I turned my collar to the cold and damp, when my eyes were stared by the flash of a neon light that split the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs and voices never shared. And no one dared stand the sound of silence. Falling, I do not know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words that are behind you. Take my open arms behind you. But my words, I am silent, rain God's spell. Echoes in the wells of silence, and the people bowing to the neon god and amen. Inside flashed out his warning, and the words that it was forming. In the signs and the words on the prophets of ring on the subway walls, tenements walls, whisper in the sound of silence.
Cardio burns fat, right? No. Cardio actually burns calories, usually in the form of carbs in the bloodstream that are then replaced with the very next meal that you eat and store it as more fat. This is why when you eat low-calorie foods or run for an hour a day, it seems like you get softer, but you don't actually lose weight. There is a simple way to completely transform your physique, like, say, Hugh Jackman did for the Wolverine movie. Hugh isn't the only one to get shredded seemingly overnight. Chris Pratt went from the chubby, lovable Andy on Parks and Rec to the cover of Men's Fitness, sporting a killer set of abs. Christian Bale starved himself to skin and bone for a role just weeks before rapidly bulking up and building himself into Batman. So how did these guys do it? Gotta be steroids or designer foods that the rest of us don't have access to, right? Actually, no. The truth is that Hollywood's elite actors can get ripped while adding 12, 15, even 20 pounds of muscle in just a few weeks because they follow a long forgotten and suppressed by the fitness industry secret that was used for generations of bodybuilders and athletes before steroids were even in.
Over here on.
Now is the most important time it
Chapter
ever
9.
has been, folks. I mean, to really be thinking for yourself and not having your beliefs swayed by an entity, a government entity, an alien entity, whatever kind, any kind of entity.
Feeling drained, are you?
TV entity, a media entity, whatever it may be.
Have you seen this one?
We have logical thinkers who are
Mama might be borrowing.
not just basing what they feel and what they believe on their emotions. You can bet your bottom dollar it's going to be manipulated more and more coming very soon. Now this is the account of why in the faraway a new chariot's place was built. And the love of Dumuzi and Inanna that Marduk by Dumuzi's death disrupted. It was after the contesting of Horon and Satu and their aerial battle over Tillman that Enlil summoned a council of his 3 sons. With concern of what was happening to them, he talked about, in the beginning, the earthlings in our image, and after our likeness we made. Now the Anunnaki offspring in the image and likeness of earthlings became. Ah, there's the conundrum.
Oh, dear.
They made us like them, and then they became us, essentially. Then it was Cain who killed his brother.
It's windy as fuck
Now,
over here, too.
A
Today,
son
by
of
the way.
Marduk, his brother, is killed. For the first time ever, an Anunnaki offspring from earthlings raised an army. Weapons from metal of the Anunnaki, a secret, in their hands he placed.
Oh, dear.
From the days when by the Alalu and the Anzu our legitimacy was challenged, disruption and rule breaking by the Agigi continued. Now the beacon peaks in the domain of Marduk are located. The landing place by the Agigi is held. Now toward the place of the chariots, the Agigi are advancing. In the name of Satu, to all the heaven-earth facilities they claim will lay. So Enlil did say to his 3 sons to take counter steps to them. He proposed an alternative heaven-earth facility we must establish in secret. Let it be in the Nerta's lands beyond the ocean, in the midst of trusted earthlings come to be. Thus was the secret mission in the hands of Ninurta entrusted.
Over in Peru.
In the mountain lands beyond the oceans beside the Great Lake, a new bond of heaven and earth he was setting up, and within it he placed an enclosure. At the foot of the mountain where the gold nuggets were scattered, a plain with firm ground he chose, and he made markings on it for ascent and descent. Primitive are the facilities, but the purpose they will serve. So did Ninurta to his father Enlil in good time declare. From there, the gold shipments to Nibiru can continue, and there will be, and from there, in need, we too can ascend.
Uh-huh.
At that time, what as a blessed event began as a horrible occurrence ended. At that time, Dumuzi, Enki's youngest son, to Inanna, Nanar's daughter, took a liking. Inanna, Enlil's granddaughter, by the Lord of Herding, was captivated. A love that knows no bounds engulfed them. A passion inflamed in their hearts. Many of the love songs that for a long time thereafter were sung, Inanna and Dumuzi were the first to sing them. And by song they recounted their love. To Dumuzi, his youngest son, Enki allotted a large domain above the Abzu. Maluha, the Black Land was its name. Highland trees there grew and waters abundant. Large bulls roamed among its rivers, and greatly numbered were its cattle. That sounds like Texas. That's what we have up the area, North Texas, where I live. It's the Black Land Prairie. And they talk about highlands and highland trees and all the areas in Dallas where like the rich people live. It's called Highland Park. Not too far from where George Bush Jr. lives. And hell yeah, we got a bunch of cattle down here in Texas. Fuck. Large bulls among its river reeds roamed, greatly numbered were its cattle. Silver from its mountains came, its copper bright as gold was a glitter. Greatly beloved was Dumuzi by Enki after the death of Asar, he was favored. Of his youngest brother Marduk, he was jealous. Inanna by her parents, Ninar and Ningal was beloved, and Enlil sat by her cradle. Beautiful beyond describing she was, in martial arts with the Anunnaki heroes she competed. Of journeys in the heavens and of celestial boats, she learned from her brother Utu. A skyship of her own to roam in Earth's skies, the Anunnaki presented to her. After the deluge, on the landing platform, Dumuzi and Inanna set their eyes on each other. At the dedication of the artifice mounds, they had a warm encounter between them. At first they were hesitant, he of Enki's clan, she of Enlil and offspring. When in Arshag for peace, the disputing clans were brought together. Inanna and Dumuzi managed to get away from the others and professed their love to each other. As they went strolling together, sweet words of alluring love they said to each other. Side by side, they laid down, one heart with what the other heart chatted. I think we're about to have some semen pouring going on in some wombs.
Probably.
Around her waist, Dumuzi put his arm like a wild bull to take her. He wished, "Let me take you. Let me teach you." To Inanna, Dumuzi said, "Yeah, you're going to teach you, all right." Gently she kissed him, and then to him of her mother she spoke. "What fib could I tell my mother? What words will you tell Ningal? Let us tell my mother of our love, of joy-seeker perfume she will sprinkle on us." To the dwelling place of Ningal and Inanna's mother the lovers went. To them Ningal gave her blessing. Of Dumuzi, the mother of Inanna, approved. "Lord Dumuzi, as son-in-law of Ninar, you are worthy to him," she said. Dumuzi, as bridegroom by Ninar himself, was welcome. Inanna's brother Utu said, "Let it be so. Perchance the espousing peace between the clans truly will bring." Enlil said to them all. When of the love and betrothal Dumuzi to his father and brother spoke, Enki of peace for espousal was also thinking, and he gave his blessing also to Dumuzi. Dumuzi's brothers, all except Marduk, were joyful about the espousal. A betrothal bed of gold by Gibel was fashioned. Noble blue-hued lapis stones were sent. Sweet dates, a fruit favored by Inanna, was placed in piles beside the bed. Under the fruits, the beads of lapis they hid for Inanna to discover. As the custom was, to perfume and clothe Inanna, a sister of Dumuzi, was sent. Geshtinanna, a sister-in-law-to-be, was her name. To her, Inanna revealed what was in her heart. Of her future with Dumuzi, she said to her, "A vision of a great nation I have. As a great Anunnaki, Dumuzi will rise. His name shall be exalted over others. His queen spouse I shall be. Princely status we will share, rebellious countries together we shall subdue. To Dumuzi I will give his country the status, and I will rightly direct it." Inanna's vision of rulership and glory by Geshtinanna to her brother Marduk were reported. By Inanna's ambitions, Marduk was greatly disturbed. To Geshtinanna, a secret plan he told. To her brother Dumuzi, to the herder's dwelling, Geshtinanna went. Lovely to behold and perfumed, to her brother Dumuzi thus said, "Before your young wife in your embrace with you will sleep. A legitimate heir by a sister born you must have. An honest son whose possession shall not be entitled. On your mother's knees you will not be raised. She put his hand in her hand. She pressed her body against his body. Uh-oh. My brother, with you I will lie down. Bridegroom, with you a peer of Enki you shall have. So did Yeshtiana to the Nuzi whisper, a noble issue from her womb to have. Here we go. In her womb. In her womb.
The whole shit, put that echo on.
You
got the fucking echo going.
by her caresses, my brother sleep. During the night, Demetri had a
You got the
dream,
echo going already.
a premonition of death in his vision. In the dream, 7 evil bandits he saw coming into his dwelling. The master has sent us for you, son of Zatur, they said to him. They chased away his ewes, his lambs, and they drove away the kids. The headdress of lordship, they took off his head, and they tore the royal robe off of his body. The staff of shepherding they took and broke. His cup from its peg they threw down. Naked and barefooted they seized him, in fetters they bound his hands. In the name of the princely bird and the falcon they left him dying. Disturbed and startled the music in the middle of the night.
Oh, dear. Double plasma halo, open halo.
Fucking flower life triple fucking hole. Insanity. How you doing, Robert?
You of raping you.
Ow, it's fucking hot.
He will send evil towards you.
Fucking hot, baby.
To try you and disgrace you, he will order.
ACH, how you doing?
The liaison with Inlalite to disunite. As a wounded beast, Amusi roared out a cry. Betrayal, betrayal, he shouted.
Making
To
some
Utu and Nana's brother,
California
help me.
style chilling.
He sent word, the name of his father,
For the
Enki, as a
COVID.
talisman he uttered.
You hold them like this and you hit like
Through the desert of Imush, the snake's
that
desert,
way you don't have
Amusi
to share
rushed to
COVID
escape.
spit.
To the place of mighty waterfalls from the evildoers, he ran
They
to
seem to
hide.
be popular this week.
Where the gushing waters made the slippery rocks made the rock slippery smooth.
On the
Amusi
whiskey,
slipped
right
and
on.
The
It's a
onrushing
good
water swept his lifeless body away in a white froth.
I have to say
Evil
this.
emissaries to
My
arrest him.
sky looks weirder than it's
Now,
ever
this is
looked
the
before in
account
my
of
life.
Inanna's descent into
It's
the
like
lower
there's a
Amazon.
haze of smoke everywhere.
As the great
But there ain't
Anunnaki
none.
war and how
I got
the
amazing
alive
winds.
was imprisoned.
Not a cloud in the sky looks right. I'm
When
all
the
like,
lifeless body of the museum
what
from
the
the
fuck
Great
is
Lakes water
that
was
shit?
retrieved
It looks
by
like
Ugal,
dust blowing around. It might be
the
dust
body was brought
because I do
to
live
the abode of
in
Nergal
fucking
and Ereshkigal in the lower
middle of
Amazon.
nowhere, but I ain't never seen it like
They
this. It's
placed
weird looking. It's real
on a
weird
stone
looking.
slab the dead body of Demuzi. When word of what happened was sent to Enki rent his clothes. On his forehead he put ashes. My son, for the music he lamented. What have I sinned to be so punished?
Enki's
Out
upset.
loud he asked. When I to earth from the Guru came, Ea, he whose home is waters, was my name. With waters did the celestial chariots obtain their thrust power. In waters I splashed down. Then by an avalanche of waters the earth was swept over. In waters did Asar, my grandchild, drown. By waters my beloved Demuzi is now dead. Everything I had done for righteous purpose did I do it. Why am I punished, and why has fate turned against me? So Enki did bewail and lament. When from Geshtanana the veracity of occurrences was discovered, greater was Enki's agony. Now Marduk, my firstborn, for his deed will also suffer. By the disappearance and death of Demuzi was Inanna worried and then grieved. Then to the lower Abzu she hurried. For burial she went to retrieve Dimitri's body for burial. When Aristotle, her sister, was told of the arrival of Inanna at the precinct's gates, Aristotle suspected a devious scheme on the part of Inanna. At each of the 7 gates, one of Inanna's accoutrements and weapons was removed from her.
This is the ISIS cat story.
Then, unclothed and powerless before Aristotle's throne,
That's her sister.
of a scheming of an heir, Nergal, Dimitri's brother, she was accused.
She was hiding. Now,
Trembling with fear, Aristotle, to her sister's
one of the
explanation, would
stories
not
I've
listen.
heard anyway, not the. There's a
Let
few
loose
of them.
against her the 60 diseases. Aristotle, her vizier, and the Makar ordered in anger.
It's the horse story.
By the disappearance of Inanna in the Loabzu, her parents were much worried. Nanar went to Enlil with the matter, and Enlil sent a message to Enki.
You hearing the same thing I
From
am?
Nergal
I'm
and
hearing
his son, Aristotle's spouse, Enki, had learned what had happened. From clay of the Abzu, Enki fashioned 2 emissaries, beings without blood and by death rays unharmed. To the lower Abzu, he sent them to bring Inanna back, whether alive or dead. When before Aristotle they came, Aristotle was puzzled by their appearance. Are you Anunnaki? Are you Earthlings with bewilderment? She asked them. She didn't know what these things are. Namtar directed magical weapons of power against them, but unharmed the 2 were. To the lifeless body of Inanna he took them, hanging from a stake she was. Upon the corpse, the clay emissaries directed a pulsar and an emitter. Then the water of life they sprinkled on her, and in her mouth the plant of life they placed. Then Inanna stirred, her eyes she opened. From the dead, Inanna arose. When the 2 emissaries, Inanna to the upper world, were ready to return, Inanna, the lifeless body of Dumuzi, ordered them to take along with them. At the 7 gates of the lower Abzu, to Inanna, her accoutrements and tributes were returned. To the abode of Dumuzi in the Black Land, the rover of her youth, she ordered the emissaries to take her, to wash him with pure water and anoint him with sweet oil, and to clothe him in a red shroud and lay him upon a slab of lapis. Then in the rocks for him a rest place carved out, there to await the day of the arising. So they've highlighted that. There in the rocks for him a rest place to carve out the day of arising, there to await. They're alluding this to being like, what happened to Christ.
Yeah.
Right? They put him up on the cross, and they put him in this, rock place, and then a couple of days later he came out. So that's another indicator that Jesus, if he did exist, was most likely one of these Anunnaki guys, coming down and setting himself up as, the Messiah.
Got a problem with my bloodline, boy?
Because, as it says here, these Anunnaki guys turned to human life, right? So they still basically have because of the different inbreeding, they still had the traits of the Anunnaki, but they were human sized and looked like us, but they were still very much Anunnaki. And that's more than likely what Jesus was, according to, now that we're looking at this. He was just one of those. It wasn't setting themselves up as gods anymore because they weren't giants and the rest of it. They looked like normal mortal men. But they set themselves up as messiahs that had, traits and abilities that were beyond what mere mortal men had. Very interesting. As for herself, Inanna set her steps to the abode of Enki. Retribution for her beloved's death she wanted, and she demanded the death of the culprit of the death of Marduk. There has been death enough, Enki said to her. Marduk was an instigator, but a murderer he committed not.
Pulses from that machine ain't nothing more than a
punished by Enki.
defibrillator. We got those today.
To high heaven she raised a wailing.
I don't think
Justice,
Josh is,
revenge,
like,
death to Marduk,
up
she
on
cried
his
for.
medical shit. I don't know.
And in Lil's abode, his sons Inanna and Utu joined a council of war they gathered. Ninurta, whom the rebel Anzu defeated, argued for strong measures. Of secret words between Marduk and Uzizi were exchanged, and Utu reported to them. Of Marduk, an evil serpent, earth must be rid, and Lil agreed with them. When the demand for Marduk's surrender to Enki was sent to his father, Enki to his abode summoned Marduk and all other sons. So for my beloved Denise I am still breathing, Marduk's right I must defend. Though evil did Marduk instigate by ill fate, not by Marduk's hand did the Musi die. Marduk is my firstborn. Enki is his mother. For secession he is destined. From death by Ninurta's gang, by us all he must be protected. So Enki did say. Only Gibel and Ningal heeded their father's call. Ningasita was opposed. Nergal was hesitant. Only if in mortal danger he will be, will I help, he said. It was after that a war of ferocity unknown between the two clans erupted. Unlike the contending of Horon and Satu, of earthlings descended, it was a battle between Anunnaki. Nibirian born among them on another planet was loose. By Inanna was the warfare begun. In her skyship, to the domains of Enki's son, she crossed over. Yeah, well, there you go. Sorry, ladies, but it's always a bitch's fault. Marduk to battle, she challenged the domains of Ningal and Gibel she pursued. To assist her, Ninurta, yeah, they've always blamed wars on men. See, I've always known fucking females behind the scenes that were always starting shit. Women always start wars, and then the guys always get the blame for it. I'm sorry, I have to say that. It's the goddamn truth. To assist her, Ninurta, from his Stormbird, withering beams, he shot withering beams to the enemy stronghold from his Stormbird, from the fucking clear bird of prey. Fire! Ishkar from the skies with scorching lightnings and smashing thunder's attack. In the Abzu from the rivers, he washed fish away, and he dispersed cattle in the fields. To the north, to the place of the Artifice Mounds, Marduk then retreated. Pursuing him, Ninurta, on his habitations, rained down poison-bearing missiles. His weapon that tears apart the people in those lands, robbed of their senses. The canals that waters rivers bore from red blood came.
From us.
Ishkar's brilliances, the night's darkness into flaming days converted.
Just because we're there.
As the devastating battles advanced northward, Marduk in the Iker was ensconced. Gibel had devised an unseen shield. Nergal raised to heaven its all-seeing eye. Well, this is some sort of shield or a weapon that they're calling an all-seeing eye.
It's a fucking radar.
With a weapon of brilliance by a horn directed, Inanna attacked the hiding place.
It's a radar.
Horon to defend his grandfather's name, by her brilliance, his right eye was damaged. Right nuclear weapons, I suppose. While Utu and their horde, the Igigi and the Earthlings beyond Tillman held off. At the foot of the Artifice Mound, Anunnaki, this and that clan supporting in battle clash. Let Marduk surrender, let the bloodshed end, so that we will convey words to Enki. Let brother to brother talk. To Enki, Narshak sent a message. In his hideout within the Akur, Marduk continues to defy his pursuers. Within the house, which, like a mountain, is his final stand to be made. Inanna deflected her weapons. Inanna, the Master Stone Director, could not surmount. Its smooth sides, her weapons deflected. Then Ninurta learned of a secret entrance. The swivel stone on the north side he found. a dark corridor in the Nerta Pass, the grand gallery we reached. In the vault, by the many hued emissions of the crystals, like a rainbow, was a glitter. Inside, by the intrusion alerted, Marduk was ready with weapons. The Nerta awaited. With weapons responding, smashing the wonder crystals, the Nerta kept going up the gallery. Into the upper chamber, the place of the great pulsating stone, Marduk retreated. At its entrance, Marduk lowered the sliding stone locks from one and barred admission from everyone else. Into the Akur, Nana, and Ishkur, the Nerta followed. What to do next, they contemplated. Let the encased hiding chamber be Marduk's stone coffin to them, Ishkur said.
Yeah, there you go.
To 3 blocking stones, ready for down gliding, Ishkur drew their attention. Let slow death by alive being buried be Marduk's sentence. Inanna gave her consent. At the end of the gallery, let loose the 3 blocking stones. Each one of them slid down 1 stone for plugging the hole. Marduk is in a tomb, is sealed in as a tomb. Now this is the account of how Marduk was saved and to exile departed, and how Akur was dismantled and kingship over the lands, lordship over the lands was rearranged. So, bottom of 258, starting at into 259, 259. That'll be where we'll pick up next time. And continues to get interesting. We're going to have to figure out what we're going to read next after this. More and more biblical correlations, more correlations where we're seeing where these real stories in the Bible are coming from thousands of years before biblical times. And, you know, I've known this for a lot of years, but a lot more people are now starting to figure this out due to listening to the show and hearing the stuff on YouTube and reading it. So that's great. I'm glad to see that people are finally starting to figure this out. We're going to leave it there tonight. My website where this broadcast originates from is www.thegoalreality.com. I'm going to get back to working on this film, probably pulling out all-nighter. Man, I might need a fucking vacation after this movie's done. I'll tell you what. Please support our work if you can. TheGoalReality.com. Shoot me down or dummy button. Please support if you can. I got to eat, live, and survive, and this is my livelihood, folks. And been kind of slow this week, so support us if you can. My name's Josh Reeves. I love each and every one of you. We'll see you next time for the broadcast. You guys have a great one. Take care.
Step 1, file the BetMGM Sportsbook. Step 2, go with your gut.
259 now. This is the
Part 10.
Marduk was saved
Hi, DK.
and to exile departed, and how the Akur was dismantled and lordship over the land was rearranged. It's going to be interesting. So we're going to talk about, you know, those of you out there that are astute researchers and people who are able to glean information, just keep paying attention to this reading, because those of you who are able to pick up things, you guys will be able to pick up and tell basically who was given what entities, or what Anunnaki rather, were given control over what regions of the world. This is a very important piece of information, something I haven't really gotten far into yet, but according to the Sumerian text, each, basically, like when you think of Pangea, you know, all the lands being one giant landmass, was not just some natural phenomenon of them splitting apart, but was actually an event caused by the Anunnaki which then gave them the ability to give different individuals control over certain lands. So that's what we're going to be getting into for you here tonight. All right, here we go. Away from the sun and the light, without food or water, Marduk within the Ekur was alive and entombed. By his imprisonment and punishment, without trial, Sir Panet, his spouse, raised a wailing. To Enki, her father-in-law, she hurried. She came to him with the young son Nabu. To be among the living, Marduk must be returned. So Panet said to Enki. Oh, man. Sorry about that. Things already doing weird stuff tonight. To be among the living, Marduk must be returned, so Panet said to Enki. He sent her to Utu and Nanar, who with Inanna can intercede. Wearing a garment of atonement, to the Lord Marduk give life, she pleaded. Let him humbly continue life. Rulership he will lay aside. Inanna was not appeased. For the death of my beloved, the instigator must die, Inanna retorted. Yanarshid, the peacemaker, the brothers Enki and Enlil summoned. Punishment, the peacemaker, the brothers Enki and Enlil summoned. Punishment to Marduk must come. Death is not warranted to them, she said. Let Marduk live in exile. The succession on earth submit to Ninurta. Enlil was pleased by her words and smiled. Ninurta was his son. Of Ninurta, she was the mother. If between secession and life is the choice, what can I, father, say? So did Enki with a heavy heart answer. In my lands, widespread is the desolation. Keeps doing that. Keeps jumping off the page I'm on. Warfare must end. For Dumuzi, I am still in mourning. Let Marduk live in exile. If peace is to be returned and Marduk shall live, binding arrangements must be made, Enlil said to Enki. All facilities that bond heaven and earth to my hands alone must be entrusted. The mastery over the land of the two narrows you must give to another son of yours. The Agigi whom Marduk follows, the landing place must be given up and abandoned. To a land of no return, by no descent of the Sudra inhabited, must Marduk in exile go. So did Enlil forcibly declare to the foremost among the brothers he met. The hand of fate Enki in his heart acknowledged. Let it so be. With a bowed head he acknowledged. Mingazita alone the Ekur innards knows. Let him over its land be the master. After the decisions by the great Anunnaki were announced, Mingazita for the rescue they summoned. How Marduk from the blocked and sealed innards, how he was supposed to extricate Marduk from the blocked and sealed innards was his challenge. To let free the one who was buried alive, they gave him a task beyond conceiving. Mingazita contemplated the Ekur's secret designs and planned on how to circumvent the blockades. Through a chiseled opening, Marduk will be rescued to the leaders, he said. At a place which I will show them, a doorway in the stones they will cut. From it upward a twisting passageway they shall bore. A rescue shaft will be created. Through hidden hollowings to the Ekur's mists they will continue. At the vortex of the hollowing, through the stones they will break through. a doorway to the insides they will blow open, thereby circumventing the blockings. Up the grand gallery they will continue. The 3 stone bars they will raise. The uppermost chamber, Marduk's death prison, they will reach. Anunnaki, guided by Megazeta, outlined the plan they followed. With tools that cracked the stones, they made the opening and they fashioned the rescue shaft. The insides of the artifice mount they reached, and they blew open an exit. Circumventing the 3 blocks of stone, the uppermost chamber they reached. On a small platform, the fortitudes they raised. Marduk fainted, and they rescued him. Carefully through the twisting shaft, they lowered the Lord. To fresh air, they brought him. Outside, Serpenit and Naboo, spouse and father, were awaiting. A joyful reunion it was. When to Marduk, his father Enki conveyed the terms of release to him. Marduk was enraged. I would rather die than forfeit my birthright, he shouted. Serpenit into his arms, Naboo's thrust. We are part of your future, she said softly. Marduk was angered, and he was also humble. To fate I yield, he inaudibly said. With Serpenit and Naboo to the land of no return, he departed. Was he coming to Fort Worth? That's a little joke, man. I was in Dallas, man, so I was called Fort Worth the land of time to die. That sounds sucks. Never get caught in Fort Worth. Oh, it sucks. To a place where horned beasts are hunted with wife and son, he went. Horned beasts are hunted. Huh. A land where horned beasts are hunted? What, like fucking rhinos? No, they kill them in Africa? After Marduk had departed, Minerva and the Akur re-entered the shaft. Through a horizontal corridor to the Akur's vulva, he went. Huh? The piece of land has a vulva? Has a vagina? That's interesting. Huh. You Akur. E-K-U-R. That's the land they went to. But it said they did have a vulva. Nice. In its east wall, in a niche artfully fashioned, the Destiny Stone was emitting a red radiance. So the Destiny Stone is held in some kind of giant vagina? Well, fine, why didn't you tell me? I've been already looking for this stuff. I can have a team of females rounded up by this weekend, man. We'll spit that ass out. Oh, yeah. You kidding? Oh, dude. It's no problem. All this time, I've been wondering where the Destiny Stone was, and of course, just inside of the giant vagina. Well, that's no problem. I wouldn't handle it. Just give us a location. We'll get that thing out. No problem. I thought it was going to be harder than that, jeez. A horizontal quarter to the Akur's vulva. You can't make this up, man. The Destiny Stone was emitting a red radiance. Its power to kill me grabs me with a killing tracking. It seizes me. The nurse said inside the chamber. So it's not like a tracker beam. It starts killing you. Like that sounds like what the like the art of the company. You got to be getting ready for the Lost Ark, right?
That one's got rings like Saturn.
Take it away. To obliteration, destroy it.
The piece.
To his lieutenants, the nurse shouted.
Look at it!
Retracing his steps to the grand gallery to the topmost chamber, Minerva wins.
Woo, we're having fun today.
In a hollowed-out chest, the heart of the Akur pulsated. Its net forced by 5 compartments was enhanced.
Fucking hot.
With his baton, Minerva struck the stone chest. With a resonating sound, it responded. Its jugstone that determines directions, Minerva ordered to be taken out to a place of his choice carried. Coming down the grand gallery, Minerva, the 27 pairs of Nibiru crystals were examined. Now this is in black.
We're
This is
going down the
highlighted
sink.
because it's important.
It's like Saturn's
Coming down
rings
the
getting
Grand
circled in.
Gallery, Nanerta examined the 27 pairs of Magoo crystals. Now this is interesting. The 27 pairs of Magoo. That sounds exactly like Superman. He had the Fortress of Solitude. And it was inside of his cave, like in Antarctica or something. And he flies in there and he arranges his crystals in a certain way. And he talks to his dead parents on the fucking crystal telephone or whatever. I mean, seriously. Many in his fight
How you doing?
with Marduk were damaged. Some of the struggle intact survived. To remove the whole ones from their grooves, in order to ordered the others with his beam, he pulverized.
Yeah, we're all right.
Outside,
we've already
the
seen
house,
a
which like a mountain is
black hole
in his black bird
in the clouds.
There he goes again.
We're still here. It's okay. It went away. It went away for now.
To the apex,
we'll get a bigger one later.
His attention turned. The enemy's epitome he represented. Man, this thing is going crazy on me tonight. With his weapons, he shook it loose.
You don't get what?
Toppled it.
You don't get what sphere thing? The one in the black hole? That's, you're seeing the field. With a handheld working model. If you put more magnets around it, it gets bigger. Like the one at the center of the galaxy. But the ones with binary and trinary systems, they're much smaller. Oh yeah, we're gonna have one. Might already see one. We've already seen one in the clouds. Mr. 333 did a show on that where this lady was taking a picture of it from down below, and it was like the edge of it over the clouds, and it looked fucking crazy. And then Mr. 333 got the satellite shot of it. Do we remember this video? Because I covered it pretty extensively in about 3 or 4. And yeah, Lee does. It's all the same thing. Oh, the water down the drain. I thought we were talking about the black hole. Yeah, that too. We shouldn't be seeing this going on side by side in right next to America. It should be at the very least doing that. But we got 2 of them doing that on the coast of California and hovering over Hawaii right at the moment. That's not normal. Oh, the jet streams are higher up than 1,000 meters. This is weather pattern. Yeah, I'm reading low altitude weather patterns, storm systems, shit on that. I haven't even gone to the jet stream. That thing's. I don't want to scare people. I'm just trying to show shit's normal over here. All right? What's up, Glenn? I don't want to scare people. Well, we're in a trinary. And you always see a black hole in binary systems. Maybe that's where veils fall, realities become whole, nothing that ever walked Earth won't be here, time dilation. I don't know. I think I covered that. I have to go back and check. I really did. I went into depth about these things. Absolute into depth about them. We're going to see what you're looking for, but we ain't seen it yet. We just seen little tiny ones created by the bigger planets. It's magnet, not just solar. It's a fucking, these planets are big enough to make them. That's how they do this. This is how they create and talk to the creator. We have the ability to do this. It is what the Ark of the Covenant does. The Ark of the Covenant being a capacitor, charging, storing a charge with two opposing magnets creates a Lazarus seat, which you can talk directly to God. Well, when two or more of us come together in his name, we can do the same thing. Ta-da. It's nothing to fear. We're good. Yeah, well, now you're talking about Einstein's work, and we already proved he's a nut job. Light doesn't create gravity. It doesn't make sense. It can bend, but it's not making gravity. Well, we don't need nuclear energy at all whatsoever. All we need is some smart people building Egyptian boxes with opposing magnets that don't have any moving parts at all. Boom! Totally bypasses the boiling water and right into electric. It's amazing. Yeah, the radio jets, but we're not seeing any radio jets. What we're seeing is confused solar wind um, and heightened magnetic activity. That thing doesn't read mass. It doesn't read those. And what it does do is it reads charge, and these bodies are holding charge. Black holes wouldn't. These bodies are holding charge that are behind us, or we wouldn't be able to see them. How far are they away? They are not going to happen here locally. Those require a central mass black hole to create. That doesn't happen in small binary systems. You might see some drain off from one of the suns or all three. We'll see. It's going to be interesting. Hi, Nicholas. How are you? Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I'll give you that. But it's not really one of the things I'm too concerned about. Something you might want to research. I don't know how you would, but I'm going to throw it out there. One sun emits one frequency. When you have three frequencies, suns, you have a chord. What's that going to do? Fuck if I know. And I'm dead serious on that. It's got to be something incredible. We're in a frequency world, existence, and we're going to have a chord sung by three different suns. I'm expecting something spectacular, and if not, I'm going to write an angry letter to the fucking management. And that's just all there is to it. That's the one I'm more like interested in. Black holes, yeah, I figured that out already. I'm working on this sun cord thing. I don't even know how that would resonate through the planets because everything that happens to the magnet that they're on, including the sun, look at our biology. We were designed on Ra. That's evident in our. We got that thumbprint all the fuck over our biology, starting with your so-called inner eye. That motherfucker takes on Ra's magnet signature. That's because the energy running from those suns into the planets runs through us too. And that's how our biology was created on that sun. I mean, there's no fucking question. We weren't fucking created on this one. It doesn't have the same signature. Now, what what can we do with that? You know, we've got 3 suns coming in. We've got 3 frequencies. We've got 3 magnet fucking fields converted into fucking Lazarus seat size of fucking God knows what. What's all that going to add up to? I really don't know. Something crazy and amazing. We've lived through this. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've lived through this before. Obviously, we were created for this moment. But what it looks like, fuck, I don't know, man. It's, I don't know. I don't know what to expect in total. There are some mysteries to me too. That I haven't figured out yet. But yeah, the black hole thing, it doesn't seem like it's going to be a big deal because it's going to be happening between the 3 suns, not where we're at. It's part of the whole. I'm not too worried about it. But that frequency thing, I'm all like, what's that going to do to our reality? Is that the moment the things roll back? I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be pretty special. But remember, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from all this. Um, I, that's about all I got. Everybody must get stoned. I think Glenn's onto something. We should try this. See how it works. Where the fuck is my pipe? Y'all making me think too much. I'm galacticing. I'm fucking galacticing. Feel like a NASA scientist. You should be answering this shit. But you know, we're the ones that figured out unified fields. So kind of lands on us, doesn't it? That's what I'm thinking. I mean, they talk about fucking the realities blending and all kinds of shit like that. I mean, come on. If we're on totally different frequency realities separated by a frequency, God knows what this cord could do to our reality. So all bets are off. If I was you, I'd remain calm at all times and keep my hands inside the ride until it comes to a complete stop. Because that's the only instructions I've gotten so far. Remain calm right here. And Mama will use the magnet accordingly. That's what Meek is about. Give her your power, give her your strength. And that's all Meek really means. That's really all Meek means. It doesn't mean weak at all. It says, give it to the higher power. that like a horse and a rider or a mother and a child. Well, I'm cool with me because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing over here. So I'm just gonna try to remain calm. And in doing so, I do everything I can to shock myself right now. I go outside and I look at these big things. I go outside and I look at my fucking moon doing cartwheels. I go outside and I'm all like, oh fuck, the moon just disappeared. They blocking me big time. It doesn't surprise me. You saw what I fucking reported to them today. I'm fucking tired of it. I'm tired of the bullshit. You know, I reported. I went to the government and the internet securities uh, people about this. I went to higher ups today, way higher up, and recorded that. Got confirmation numbers and everything. I asked them to give it a rest, and it got out on steroids. What's up, Jimmy? So I reported it to the people who can do something about YouTube allowing this today, and sent them several MP4s of me reporting Daza, reporting D5, reporting Eric Briggs, and the whole fuckery with Eric Briggs that we had to go through. So Monday, I have an appointment with my confirmation number to talk to an agent about what's going on. I'll keep you apprised as well as I can. If I'm not here, you know I'm on BitChute. You know I'm on Minds. If not, now you do. And you know where to find me on fucking Facebook. They have no reason except that Daza and Loki, the Truth by Death dude, have been reporting me as some kind of criminal to YouTube legal as they harass you people and follow me around. Here's the me in my real life. And it's become a point that I had to report a massive crime. So I don't know. We'll see how long this channel lasts. Well, I went back 7 years in my records where I first complained about these people. It was Astronomy Live, D5, and Daza. And I started complaining. And Google life banned me off of everything. My phone stopped working, everything. Just because I'm fucking complaining and they wouldn't do any fucking thing about it. And that continues today. They hunted me down again and they're harassing me. And not only me, they're following 400 people around or more that I have no idea. I just know that 5 times a fucking day for a fucking year and a half, I've heard about one fucking troll. And he shares my name, let alone the rest of them. D5 and Daza every day. And I've had them blocked, except for this channel until yesterday when they came on. And I'm over Daza. Number one, that motherfucker, I read the newspaper article about it. I know Scott Sion did not make that shit up. And that's his only excuse for that. He also makes up other fucking insane things. So I'm more inclined to believe what I read in a fucking New Zealand newspaper that I've looked up, and it's a real newspaper. Yeah, that's the funny thing. So I've reported it to YouTube. I've recorded me reporting it to YouTube. I've sent them the recording of me reporting it to YouTube and told them I'm sending this to a fucking lawyer. I'm going to go do law fucking against you if this doesn't stop. I don't think I've minced my words any with anybody about this whole fucking event. And yet, here we are today. So yes, I went and fucking I am pressing charges against YouTube and Dasso the cameraman here at Briggs and Astronomy Live and the new guy Loki. I'm having a good time with life. It just sucks that I had to go this far with this issue. It really does. I can't believe grown adults act like that. So we're following Glenn's instructions and everybody is getting high today. At least I. What's up, sweetheart? How you doing? Same shit, different day. All normal then. Good to hear. Same here. SSDD. We've been making some California style chillums for the COVID. That way you can pass it around, don't have to share spit. It's got the hole here and the bowl here. They just suck right there. And you never touch the pipe. You hand it back to the person, and the other person hits it out of their hand. Proper social fucking highness in COVID conditions. The dragon is, oh, he's doing beautiful. He's hanging out over here on the counter. I should probably put him back in the cooler where he got broken in the first place. He's safer there. Look, you're making me move. He's doing well. I'm feeling better. But you see, he had a little blemish on the back tail, a little break. I had to fix it. It took the bubbles up into it when I did. So he's scarred for life, but he's fixed. So he's cheaper. He's not perfect, so he's a little bit cheaper. It's okay. We still love you, Dragon Dude. Oh shit! Look, he's crying. Oh, nobody loves me. Poor Dragon. Would the real Eric Briggs stand the fuck up? Yeah, I kind of wish that were true because the questions you're asking me, Remnant, is relative to holy fuck, you've opened your eyes and actually looked at what's going on. And Every action coming out of that gentleman screams the exact opposite of that. So, I do wish that was true. No, no, Robert, I'm more inclined to believe that. Because Remnant asks good questions. And his alter ego just doesn't do that. It's very interesting, isn't it? What's up, Yvonne? Well, have a good time stargazing. I suppose it's getting about that time for you out there. Wave high at Nibiru as it passes by. Oh, for all y'all knuckleheads. I gave a copy of me reporting Daza and what Daza was saying last night in chat to Scott Sion. Let Scott Sion know also that Daza is defaming him and fucking slandering him by blaming him for that article, which I don't believe he fucking did at all. I've got it in writing for him, so I gave it to him. Whilst I was over there on not his last one, but like the second to the last one, I'm sitting there listening to it, and he's all like, folks, I have to say something. There's more than just Nibiru coming around. This is entailing an entire system. We've been watching this for years, and it's getting crazy, and there's too much evidence to show that this is bigger than just Nibiru. It's a whole fucking system. So I left him a little message, said, feel free to use my fucking shit. So I hope he doesn't have this account blocked over there. If he does, but apparently he's coming around to thinking the way I've been talking instead of this Nibiru shit. And he's talking about stellar cores still improperly, but we'll let that slide. That's what I said. His not the last one, but the one before that. Go see if my comment's up there, because it should be. I found his comment. Now here's how you find my comment. You find his response to somebody and click on that, because I commented only to him specifically on one of his comments on that second video in about here. I'll go look for it. Tell you right where it is, because I'll be able to see it. I want to know if you can or not. That'll tell me if I'm blocked or not over there. So yeah, I went and actually talked to him, or tried to. Oh my God, his shit's so loud. The latest from Planet X News, full disclosure.
Well, they want to.
I scrolled down. All right. So this cat named John Monk made a comment a good way down this page about 2 weeks ago. And PX News said, "I'm very sorry to hear about your mother. Dr. Albers is going to see a new doctor on December." So if you don't see my comments under that, then I'm blocked. If you do, hopefully he's looking at the evidence I presented to him, and he might do something with Daza too. Because I don't believe Scott Sion for 1 minute made that fucking video, or made that newspaper article. No, I didn't, Pollyanna. That would include you too, Yvonne. Thank you, hon. You've never been over there? I just wondering if you could see my comments over there under his response to that person. If not, that means I'm blocked. But yeah, that video came out, like I said, I think it was 2 weeks ago.
Well, they want to censor.
Well, a little longer than that. Came out October 26th. It's the latest from Planet X News, full disclosure, photo evidences. But if you want to listen to it, he's actually telling people this is bigger than ever.
To you.
Surprise fuck out of me.
They don't to take many photographs, many videos of the sun. And guess what? We don't get to see any of it. Maybe we get a report that is these objects. This week or this month, it seems to kind of break through their algorithms a little bit more. I know a lot of you have been asking about Dr. Albers. She is doing okay. However, you know, she's very highly fatigued, not really able to do much. I don't want to get into a lot of that personal information at this time. If and when
under that guy's comments where he repeat, you looked under that, and no, you don't see him, huh?
I'll divulge more information, but I don't want to give out a lot of personal information on YouTube. You guys all know how that goes.
All right,
people will use it against you. They'll make stupid videos and, you know, try to make your life a living hell. I do want to give some props out to Mark over at Wages World. Mark's been doing fantastic.
He's talking about Wage
as of lately, detailing all of the
a video clip from the Stereo Core 2B spacecraft back in 2007 when one of these objects literally came in, orbited the sun, and the sun's gravity has now captured these objects. Now, as of lately, we've been catching multiple objects. See, folks,
to listen to his words,
every single month, we're seeing these photographs. Every month. So, yes, the Nibiru story is out the door. Why?
Well,
as
like I said, I didn't make a comment.
Comes in,
I made a
it's
comment
3600
on a
year
response
orbit.
to his.
It comes in, it disrupts, it destroys, and then it heads back out. Okay? Well, we haven't seen that. But what we have...
3/4 down the page. And let me make sure, because I'm about to say it's the only response he has on the page. John Monk is who you're looking for. It's a purple J. John Monk. I made a response under the response he made to John Monk. I did not make one. And I don't see any other responses from him on here so far. Oh, just the one response from Planet X News, and that would be on John Monk, the Purple J. It starts out with, my mother had mercury poisoning, and I'm under that. It says 4 replies from Planet X News and others. I'm the other. Anyway, let's finish listening to his words, because this is the important part.
Have seen is our sun being invaded. Well, actually, our whole inner solar system.
I just put it
being
there.
Invaded by, it seems to be, another rogue planetary system.
It's not rogue.
Now, again, I'm not sure if these objects are planets. I don't think they are. I will go with the synopsis that Dr. Elbers put together a few years ago, that these objects are some type of stellar cores.
All right, let's stop
possibly,
right there.
Burned out. Cool.
Because he's starting to get stupid now. But at least he's admitting that it's not just niggly. There's some fucking fuckery going on. And these things are bigger than Jupiter. And I'm like, yeah, dude. They're bigger than the fucking sun. Some of them. But anyway. So he's changing his tune over there. I didn't do that to him. But yeah, I was curious if you could see my comment under, what was his fucking name again? Starts with a J. JJ man. Mm-hmm. John Monk. John Monk. Yes. Do you see the comment under there? No. You can see it under. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Well, there you go. Then I'm not blocked, and he's going to get to see that comment. I'm trying to make peace with people, for fuck's sake. I ain't never got along with this guy. I really never got along with his wife. Polyandra. Yeah, this isn't rogue. This is planned. And oh man, um, God, I gotta research my own research. Oh, it doesn't happen very often. I keep fucking up his name, and I don't want to do it. Ken McClellan. His research on all this shit globally is fucking amazing, and it comes up with exactly what we've been finding too. There's three sons, and we're fucked real soon. Well, that's why I quit working for a sitting senator, Jacqueline. I would swear my life on it. I got a little bit pissed. I understand. Um, I wasn't kidding about anything I've ever said about this whole thing. It they just me saying that if I hadn't worked for Senator Davis would be open for prosecution, and obviously that's not happening. We love you, Pollyanna, and I'll be here. I still got glass blowings to do. I just barely got started. I got to pull more points and stuff. Am I ready? Yeah. Yep. Ready, Freddie. More ready than I have ever been. But we got things to do first. That's the way it works. Not on my schedule. That's why I don't give dates, because it ain't my schedule. If it was my schedule, we'd be sitting here in our lounge chairs right now talking about, well, wasn't that fun? Yeah, let's do that again. It wasn't so bad. We're all still here. Our houses might not be, but that's all good. We got that covered. Mama got us covered. Oh, I can't wait to get to me an ant person so I can put some hands on my fucking back. Oh, good. Motherfuckers be healing. Show me how. Yeah, see, impersonation of military personnel. I guess I could have been prosecuted for that too if I was lying. See, that's just I got DD 214s for that shit. I've shown them on air over here in my short bios and shit. Stuff. Yeah, I'm who I am. You smuggling pot into the hole. I'm bringing some myself if I possibly humanly possibly can. Well, the whole remnant. This is what it looks like when the creator of everything makes a promise. This isn't what it looks like when Inky makes a promise or in Lil. See, our creator is inside each and every atom and everything. I'm not too worried about this at all. So, yeah, a lot of what ifs probably not going to happen because I just don't see these cats being able to outsmart that kind of personality. I've read their own bumblings, and we're living one. Yeah, I see it happen in one of two ways. They either get with the fucking program or they get out of the program. Unfortunately, we will be just fine. Mother Earth is more concerned about her aunt, this other living entity over here, and several other planets in this system that they have fucked with and don't have shields up. So that's actually the big game. Mom's got shields. You're here. I'm here. You're willing. I'm willing. Let's do this. But the problem is on the ruling planet, the one where this division spread from. They're not. I ain't signing shit, Polly. Especially if it has something like even non-disclosure, even like mentioned in it. That's that's yeah, that's anti. That's that. Well, that was one of my main thoughts about Okay, look, past this point, good and damn well they're going to make you sign a fucking agreement. Are you willing to do that? And that's something I had to wrestle with. And it took about 0.03 seconds. I had that motherfucker pinned and said, fuck off. So you don't have to worry about that. That's woo, yeah. Nope. I'm not signing any of those. That's all there is to it. They are definitely fucking with the time. Our spin's slowing down, and my analog is a digital, or my digital that I'm comparing my hoopties on continues to be off all the time. I know my motherfucking digital ain't that bad. This is changing. I've been monitoring that for a while. You bet they're fucking with the time. I can say that with some great confidence now. After this long of fucking looking at it and watching it and looking at it and watching it and resetting this fucking oven, it's like, holy fuck, what the hell's going on here? I know this fucking oven isn't falling behind that much. And they've probably been doing it for a while. Because they've been telling us that it's slowing down for a couple of years now. NASA has openly, in public, coming out and being like, 2018 was the first year they came out and said that. They said 2018 would be the year of the big quakes because Earth's rotation is slowing down. And they left it as a mystery. That's what they say, Glenn. And I don't know if that's true personally. I think it's excuse for the spin slowing in the first place. Personally, I saw that. I saw them report that while I was just doing the Facebook years ago when they were building that. And I was all like, I think rather they're pinning this on something that is actually happening. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, and I don't think there's any way to prove that, Glenn. So I don't know. But I suspect because that just seems to be the game they play. Well, they changed it like 20 minutes last time change, according to my stove, and then I reset it again. That was just a couple weeks ago. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, Robert. I think they might have done that as the excuse or as an excuse. It's a good, the only thing I can think of, that small amount of water compared to how much water is actually in planet Earth, on planet Earth, probably didn't really affect anything. I don't know. I don't know. But it does. It sounds like a little bit of an excuse. I can't prove it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you're looking at widespread flooding, is that the same thing? But by all that account, we should have stopped spending a long time ago. Because widespread flooding is a lot more water than that. And we've been seeing exactly that biblical proportions of flooding in the desert, in China, in America, everywhere. You know, I've never seen so much fucking water. No, 2012 marked the entering of the system pretty much into the solar system. Basically, that's when things started getting a little bit interesting. 2014, even more so. Today, insanely so. Um, it's been very progressive. And it seems like it's on the time clock with exactly what, like I said, Ken and the cuneiform are lining up. I mean, we heard it here. 10 years tribulation. They didn't say nothing about 5 months. No, Ken says 10 years, 5 months. And like I keep saying, I noticed it in October, but it might have been doing it in September for all I fucking know. I just know when I noticed it. 2010. That was fucking over 10 years ago, either way. We're on the short hairs. That's all I got for you. When? Fuck, I don't know. That is the question of the day. And what? What's next? What is 10 years, 5 months? Okay, tribulation that ends. Then what? We still got a lot of shit to go down. And I'm thinking 2022 is probably going to be actual perihelia and flash of it. So there's a lot of room in here. I'm thinking it's going to be the revealing, the scroll rolling back and Ra. I mean, that's how it reads in all the prophecies, including the Bible. So I'm thinking that's probably the next event. And the great sign. I mean, what does that do? You know, that gives us so many days again, and that marks something for who? Pope? Because I don't know what that means either, but it's a Sumerian. I mean, they got that out of the Sumerian text and put it right in the Bible. If you pay attention to the Sumerian text, the cuneiform, it clearly says that they had exact star patterns for its arrival from here to the end of time. So I know where they got that date. I know where they got that formation. But what does it stand for exactly? I know where it came from, but I don't know what exactly it stands for yet. And that's another mystery, you know, that I have. I'd kind of like the answer to that, but I think I'd be asking too much with everything that's already been answered. Hey there, Homebrew. I'm actually content with standing ready as it says to do. Um, I'm cool with that. I know what's coming. I'm not really looking forward to be honest. I'm hoping for the easy way out. We'll see what happens. Welcome to my channel. Well, how about the HOPEII Lost Tribe of Muslim Hebrews? Sound familiar? Descendants of Cain can't grow hair on their face. Yeah, those cats. Yeah. Is that who you're talking about, Remnant? Because that sounds familiar. That sentence coming soon. Oh shit, what sentence? Fuck! What sentence, John? Now you got me in suspenders. Don't make me laugh, John. I'm having back pain still. Yeah, we've been rocking and rolling a good bit, Sandia. It's been it was up overhead last night. I noticed that. You want to see me in suspenders? How about rainbow fucking suspenders? Oh, hello and welcome to my channel. Beautiful, John. I heard that in your voice as I read it. Hello, welcome to my channel. All calm, excited to show you something. Fucking love it. Have you made any videos lately? Now your mouth's feeling better, you can talk again. I mean, you don't have any days off just because you got fucking teeth ache. Come on now. Ow. I accidentally I fucking downloaded one of my videos and I went public on it. I didn't mean to go public on it. I was fucking downloading the damn thing on my stupid thing. And some reason it downloads to my Angry Catfish channel. I don't care where I'm logged into. So I was like, fuck. And somebody was like, I look for an update on your channel every day. And I'm like, maybe she missed my last one. Because she's like, that last one was an accident. Except for the one that said you all killing me. That I meant to put up. Then I noticed that I had put up the other one and I was like, oh fuck. I'm a dumb fuck. So y'all wasn't meant to see that over there. Thomas, how you doing? A comment is coming by. Another one. Damn Lazarus comments. Those things seem to come by all the time now. A green fuzzy object. Uh-oh. You need binoculars. Uh-oh. We got a green fuzzy object coming in by Orion. Where at on Orion? Near Orion. Which side of Orion? Top or bottom of Orion? Near his ball sack or near his... What vicinity of Orion would that be? That's what she said. Damn straight. Need binoculars. That's what she said. What? That's rough. To the left. So it's hanging slightly to the left of Orion. Oh, John's got pictures of it. Oh shit, John. What the fuck, dude? How can you put links in my shit and I can't? I'm gonna. Oh, it's a broken link. It says, oops, something went wrong. It says something went wrong. Oh, Homebrew just put up a video? Oh, I get you. Let me go check on that. Dear. Because he just tried to pop me a link and it went to a broken link. Event. Oh, it's got a little dot over here under Homebrew. He must have put something new up. Too awestruck to think of a title. Oh, shit, fuck. Uh-oh. John! Does it? It opened up to something went wrong with me. Let me see. Again. I'm on your video though, but I'm afraid to click play. Am I going to get scared? I wish I could. I don't know how to share a screen. How do you share a screen? I share screen. I'm looking. I don't see share screens. I see send feedback. Hang on. God. Message, webcam, stream, send feedback. And now I don't know how to fucking shut that screen. Maybe I gotta hit that button again. There it goes. Now it's shut. Yeah, I don't believe there's a way to share my screen. These other guys have processing shit that does that runs other programs. I don't know. You'd have to ask John. It's not going to give me that option to do that for YouTube. Well, I'm going to start playing your video, John. Oh, nice.
This is just a brief.
I want to hear it again.
Hello and welcome to my channel.
Yeah.
This is just a brief update on how you guys are looking today on this November 13th, 2020.
Look at that booger.
And the skies are showing the energy flow. Crazy.
Look at the interwoven
and all the way back.
All the
the clouds are showing the energy flow.
Sure are.
But the coolest part is I'm going to come back to, and that's right here.
Right there. What's that, John? Are you going to tell us what that is?
That is basically one of Earth's magnetic field lines or polar cap lines. It made contact with the ionosphere.
It will look like me, John.
Energy is flowing and clearing out. Clear out all the
What's back there, John?
That's freaking awesome. Just like these wave clouds, you can see the lines. Over here, it's going to flow in between the areas where
and look, they're overlapped. One going that way, one going that way.
The field is run. The lines are running. With the energy flow, just like the wind blowing in the sand, how the waves form in the sand. Exact same thing. That's pretty awesome. It's just a double helix energy flow. They cleared it all out.
They drew a wall called the Labyrinth Wall about that.
Simple. It's not HARP. HARP does not work horizontally.
No, it don't work like that.
And because of exactly what we're looking at here, HARP can't work because it interrupts their VLF from creating, it spreads it out basically. So it's going to shoot and then spread it out. Distort it so it won't bounce and it has to go up. How HARP works is it transmits vertically to the ionosphere and it bounces back down to the ground, and they use it for looking at what's underground. So it's vertically. Well, these are running horizontal because they can cover the whole globe. Not at one time, but you can see these wave clouds even down here. How they're very rhythmic. That's the same thing. Just those clouds maybe they are higher up, so and there's more of them, so they look like a larger field. These are kind of like boiling water. We got more
All the
or
way through.
what we call wave clouds, the rhythmic clouds, just like these.
Look at that shit.
Now,
Your
these
boiling
started
water's lining up.
3 years ago. I started noticing this. This is not a new thing. This is not art. Why we started seeing them now is because we live in a trinary system, and our other two suns have returned, and they are adding our energy in, so therefore Earth is getting more energy. And therefore, it's like becoming saturated. So how we've seen, how we know is because the clouds are showing it. And the other effects, like Cherenkov radiation down here, is the best place to see it. Yeah, I mean, I think it's about 60 degrees.
If I was you all, I'd be over on John's channel watching shit.
And I've covered that in many videos.
King Jimmy jamming it over
here. Many
here.
of my videos on electric haze go over that.
He's got pictures.
It'll look like basically the haze is where all the color shines in the evening or in the morning. That's part of the electric haze, but it covers us completely all the way over top, all the way over our heads. And I explained that in a video recently how we no longer technically have a clear sky. That haze with Cherenkov radiation is covering us completely.
Very thick today too.
The show is great. That we're so in a way. I mean, we're fortunate to be able to see this show. And this is not man-made. Yes, some of these clouds are man-made, but this is not. This is not a system trail. System trails are bull. I don't care. You can get it, speak what you want. That's your opinion. Once you understand electromagnetics, all this falls into place.
Yep.
None of that other stuff.
You'd see a punch hole if it was a system trail.
You understand electromagnetics. I've been fortunate to be able to help.
Magnetic punch.
Briggs, Eric Briggs.
Oh, shit.
Part of his research, and thank God I found him with looking at on a channel and showing him and then we figured out a lot of things, and scientifically has brought together how everything works in our everyday world and our galaxy, in the universe in a sense. Well, actually, not in a sense, all the way including the universe, because it's all electromagnetically governed. Now, once you learn that from watching Scientific Lee's playlist, the two that we recommend, you'll see things in a whole new light. You'll probably all just wonder why, this doesn't quite make sense, this and that, there's so many little things that they say, oh, that doesn't make sense, but then when you understand what I'm talking about with this right here, it all falls in, everything falls into place. The globe, the Earth is a globe, not flat.
It's not flat.
The egg shape.
That's official. You heard it on John's channel first.
Definitely not flat.
Not flat.
Because, I mean,
look, he's gonna get thumb up.
You understand electromagnetics. You see it right there in the ferrocell. Energy moving through matter creates a sphere, and what you see in the ferrocell within Scientific Lee's videos, you understand. A lot of us understand our plasmatic or electric universe. Well, that's the same thing. It's just energy flow through matter. Energy flow through space over matter creates spheres. So
look at all that Keith. I ain't even got started yet on this.
I mean, solidifies the whole globe. Plus, seeing the magnetic field in 3D and other ways. With the 1748 hertz unifying the field. It's been a great journey.
It has, John. I'm glad you've been here with me.
And what we can do in this situation is
for real, bro.
Is very comforting. And
you've been very helpful.
Said knowledge overcomes fear, and I, of course, learned that from Eric, but it's so true. It's so true. I'm not afraid of the future. I'm welcoming it in a sense that I'm ready to help. I'm ready to do my part. Absolutely.
So I love making videos like this because it just shows what even my dad couldn't have done this because he wasn't alive. You know, this didn't really start being very noticeable like it is now in time. For me, even watching, it's been 3 years. Watch this electric haze, watch these wave clouds start, and then you start seeing these, and then and then something new happens.
And then something new happens. Isn't that how it is?
Simulators and lenses and do and all that crap, because it's all crap. It's all just to keep you looking at the wrong spot.
In the wrong spot. You're missing the real show.
Is where you need to be looking at.
Missing the real show if you're looking at all those places.
And then you learn to see through all the crap, like those excuses. What does it matter what they might do? Let's pay attention to what they are doing, and know in combination of what I've been talking about, you learn that it's not. This is all natural occurrences. Sure, we're contributing cloud seeding and stratospheric aerosol injections, but natural or man-made, they all still act the same way because of energy flows through our atmosphere.
Yeah, it's overpowering anything man's putting up there.
Planet and through our atmosphere, some.
And you can't hardly tell the difference anymore.
I wish I could stick around. This will probably turn red later, and if I can, I'll check it out. I'll try to record it, but I gotta go where I was headed. Now, I gotta go to the convenience store, and then I can make my dinner. All right, guys. Enjoy.
Awesome sauce.
Talk to you on the next one.
I already thumbs up.
Attention projectionists. Adjust the lens so that your picture will be focused properly before the show starts.
Thumbs up. John, that was a good video, as usual. It's always worth the wait. Yeah, Sandy, it's pretty crazy what's going on here. I mean, I gotta say, I have bothered everybody on this planet to the point that it hurt. Big name, David Icke, fucking all the way, just anybody you think of, Graham Hancock, fucking Graham Hancock, fucking all these archaeologist people. No, not a fucking word from anybody about anything. You don't see it on their channels, nothing. And I make comments on their comments, so I know they're getting it. I don't just make comments on their shit. Brian Forrester, no, Graham Hancock. I've given him that shit. Brian Forrester, fucking 1,000 times. I've met people from here on Brian Forrester's shit that I've given these archaeologists and Viper TV and DDTV and all these fucking archaeology channels that claim they want to fucking give you the truth about archaeology. Not one of them talking about how Ra wasn't depicted as no god. Viper has me blocked. All right, they're not interested. they've seen my shit, and they blocked me. I was like, all right then. They'd have to revisit everything they've ever done. So, you know what I mean? It doesn't even make sense unless they're not really trying to fucking tell you the truth about any fucking thing. Because they keep giving you the same fucking bullshit stories. Supposedly positive, and it seems highly compelling. I think the dude sucks bags of dicks every day. I don't know. Thank you. I think that's the whole point. Too. I think that's the whole point. That's why Glenn's got that fucking wrench. He knows what time it is. It's all about that dollar. And I ain't got it. I just got the truth. And the truth goes against the dollar. That's a problem with these big channels. Can't talk with the food in your mouth. Well, the thing that confuses me, I mean, let's take We Are Change or the Truth Project with Rex, good old Rex. He loves donations. He asks for donations every third word of every single broadcast I've ever seen of his. I ain't gonna, because I don't have anything against the guy. I'm just gonna say old Rex. Y'all know who Rex is, and if you don't matter. But don't you think they benefit from this information? I think people be fucking giving them money. People offer me money all the time. I can't take their money. You know, I just I don't know. I think people would be willing to give him money if he started spewing truth. I don't know, and it would do humanity good and do nothing but grow his channel. My channel grows exponentially. And I ain't even trying to lay down shit over there. I like I said, I accidentally laid down that one. I meant to put up the 4-minute one. I'm like, fuck is wrong with you people? There's people over there asking me all kinds of crazy shit. Like, come on. Kidding, right? Anyway, I didn't mean to put my update there. I was trying to download my shit to this channel. I don't know how to make it. I'm gonna have to go into my settings, I think, on that recorder, and because I've got it like preset to download to my YouTube, but it's downloading to my catfish channel. So now what I've been doing after I noticed I did that, I just started putting the shit on MP4, and I'll from now on just download it right to here. Fuck, BitChute takes forever, John. I mean, like, ever. You can close that down, raw, if that thing's working, right? I mean, it was forever yesterday or the day before. A couple of days ago, maybe. I was trying to download some shit to BitChute. That motherfucker just, God, man, just hours. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, so I can have a book. I'll look into that. Thanks, John. Yeah, Gina. Oh my God, Asania. You know about me and Gina, I'm sure. I'm not even going to mention that lady. Ah, I, I've been, I have tried to talk to so many people that and then they just fucking flake. I don't, yeah. Yeah, same, different angles to what I want. Okay. I got you. I got you. I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that. I'll figure it out at some point. I'll go through there and probably fuck it all up. Fucking John's like, ding. God. Oh, John, I fucked up my fucking. Oh, God. What did I do? Oh, he's gotten that ding before. Like, man, I don't know what the fuck's going on over here with this thing, but God. He's the one that gave me the screen-o-matic thing and taught me how to use that. Without him, I'd still be like video and shit with my cell phone trying to. Everybody thought I had Parkinson's or some shit. Can't you hold your camera steady? No. Oh my God. I bet he probably could. John's like, I usually have to calm down first. He gets this erratic message. He's like, God, this guy, this fucking mess. He, he probably typed in the wrong name. Fake aliens are already in the White House. Yeah, they look like us. Check out the Earth. I think the whole sky's going to roll back because the Cherenkov is going to release at some point. They don't smell like us. What do they smell like? Vanilla. I like vanilla. Probably smell like feet. Or are they those people that walk by you that make you choke because they got so much perfume or cologne on? Is that what they smell like? That's I'm curious now. Because those people, they seem like aliens. Every 17 minutes, huh? Dang. That's Uranus is full of gas. I'd say he might be a little bloated. his Sandy's having issues. Quit making her laugh. Hey Renee, how are you doing? Oh, they smell like rot, like pissy ass potatoes, cheese. I see. Met those people. It emanates from a deep source within, I think. Well, that sounds real interesting, Robert. What the hell are you talking about? 'Cause I would like to avoid that. I'm hoping the atmosphere don't roll back. I'm hoping it's just the Cherenkov radiation that discharges from around us. It gives us a clear view of what's going on. Because that's the picture I got. Ra revealing himself and all that. Rip in the sky. Yeah, we don't want that. I think our atmosphere is going to be okay. Um, Personally, though, those field lines are getting a little close. I, um, hmm, I like to breathe. Well, see, that's why I usually, even when I'm down, when I start seeing my pressure on my oxygen going, um, I'm like, it's off. I got about 100 pounds, and that's enough to get me and my car and my kid to my oxygen supplier, just in case. We've already worked out a deal. I can get myself a tank. But I do save that and garbage bags and filters and all kinds of shit that I can fucking strap on my fucking car, turn that shit on and roll. Now, as far as my eyes bugging out and coming out onto my cheeks because of the loss of the atmospheric pressure, I haven't figured out what I'm going to do about that one. So, you know, and the head popping thing. I, just keep my magnet relaxed and hope for the best. What's up, Kaibo? How you doing? Well, we're definitely going to see Raw at some point. That would be the Blue Kachina. I've seen it good enough, and we got video of it on the whole channel over there. And we saw the result of that one guy that was driving the van. Keep in mind, if you've seen the video, I could not contain my absolute fucking laughter at the guy just completely losing control of his van. When he rolled around that corner, he just kept going. He's like, oh, this next thing you know, I'm all like, oh, I'm gonna hit this fucking guy. Oh, so yeah, if that's any kind of indication, because he was staring at us like and looking at it as we went by too. So I mean, if that's an indicator. Yep. There's gonna be some fucking crazy motherfuckers that day. We just all up in the sky, and the sky rolls back. There's all kinds of fucking planets around and shit. It's gonna be a crazy day. It's gonna be a fucking crazy day. Ooh. We'll talk about, honey, I think I'm gonna be late for getting home from work because there was like a 92 million car pileup. No, I mean like everything's froze up from here to there. Yeah, ain't nobody gonna have to make no announcement, I don't think. Well, at some points, Remnant, we've got all kinds of people. Actually, I've got footage on my Facebook from a trucker friend that north and southbound. He's getting double shadows, like fucking in the afternoon on both sides of these vehicles and everything going down the road. And it ain't from street lights. And it's steady just going down the road. There's shadow on both sides of these vehicles, clear out on them. One is a little bit less noticeable than the other one, but I mean, you can see fucking two shadows on these fucking vehicles, all of them. And it's not like the corner shadow. I mean, like, it's a shadow over here, and it's a shadow over here on these fucking vehicles at certain points in the day. And that's just impossible if you live in a single sun system. Also, when you're looking at these double rainbows, um, one, you can't get two rainbows out of one prism unless you have two distinct light sources. And two, I've done look. I did a video called Unicorn Rainbow Farts or some shit like that. Took you around and showed you color spectrums, light spectrum coming through prism, and how that's science. And them motherfucking rainbows don't match the color spectrum of our sun. Just one does. One does. One of them does. The other one, total fucked. look at your double rainbow pictures. So just double rainbow, get in on them and look and be all like, oh damn, that's not the same bands at all, is it? My son pointed that out. He's 16. I've been telling people, oh, look, nah, you can't get two, but he added to it. He's 16. He goes, Dad, you can't, that's spectrum. I was like, oh, yeah. Boy, you're just smart as fuck, ain't you? He's scary smart. He's fucking 16. But I mean, that's defined. I mean, look, we've already got defined proof, two light sources. Scientific fucking done. I made a video. And then there's a third one. There's a pastel blue. And I think I put a couple of pictures of that in there too. I've seen that myself. A pastel looks like Easter colors, rainbow, showing up on an odd angle. That's the third one. That's Rob shining on a storm from the other side. Fucking crazy. Looks like Easter rainbow. Very pastel color, very blue. I've only seen it once, but I've seen pictures of it. I made a video called Unicorn Rainbow Farts or some shit over there, and that ain't no joke. Yeah, we just played at C8. How you doing, man? That's what I hear, Remnant, but that's why we're practicing remaining calm with our magnets and shutting this down. Because, see, that's the exception to the rule, being meek and letting your mother handle your magnet because she'll protect you from all this. And father. They're in every atom in existence. Every atom. And we've been guaranteed not a hair on our head will be harmed if we're meek. So that's my intent. Now, if I'm able to remain calm, that's another thing. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Usually, when things get exciting, time slows down for me and I do what's needed. I hope this situation is much the same. I'm not ready to do anything like that, Remnant. See, I'm just, I'm just, I'm, I'm not okay with that. I'm gonna hope that I can avoid any kind of perspectives like that. Or just when thoughts like that even enter my mind, I almost feel like puking, and I'm just like, no, we're not gonna go there, right? I don't have to go there. Spiders, I could deal with a few of those, but the heights, I'm not okay with any of the walking anywhere like that. See, that's where I get caught up in the whole. I don't know if I can deal with this and remain calm. I don't. I don't know. I don't know. And I hope I don't have to find out as the hair raises on my head. But I might. Ooh. Oh, what? Who? St- Stott channel? Stott. Stott. Never heard of Robert. I've seen those kind of like channels though that do that flooding and stuff. Yeah, it's off the hook. It's definitely been picking up pace. We're not the only ones having a shit harvest. And I still haven't figured out the mechanics of 2 foot fucking dead corn, other than that. I have no answer for it. Too much, too much. It's GMO. It wasn't ready for this shit. I don't know. Maybe they did that on purpose, engineered something into it. It was a massive failure. Yeah, I stopped looking at that a few years ago. I just, I know it's going. I don't know, Kaibo. I couldn't prove it. I got more footage the other day, a different corn, same. I mean, there. It's even more pathetic looking. Just when I was on the road, just this what was it? Fucking Wednesday. I ain't never downloaded it though because like I said, I'm not sure where it's gonna go, and I'm not trying to fucking download anything on that other channel. I just accidentally did today. I'm gonna have to fix that shit. Unharvested 2 foot corn. Nice and close to me. You can see it. It's a lot of the less than 2 foot. I can't make this shit up. This is real. There comes another. Here's a bunch of that. There comes another. Ain't nobody even harvesting this stuff. Welcome to my old channel. What, baby, what? Before John came along, showed me how to make a video. But yeah, I mean, that goes on for fucking miles and miles and miles. And look at the depth of how fucking far back those cornfields go. I've never seen any fucking thing like that. That's why every time I see them, I'm like, God, it's just, I can't, I've never seen anything like that. And it's not actually a laughing matter. It's kind of like fucking spooky. you wonder what else you're not seeing, because I just see what's around me. University of Arizona corn was 4 foot, but dehydrated and brown. Yours too, huh? 4 foot. Okay, so yours grew twice as tall as mine. Yeah, that's not a laughing matter. Actually, they mm, Sandy, one of the last both actual tribes of Hopi and the Navajo, they were having their time for praying for the next harvest, and I told the Navajo or the Hopi wisdom holder, the 73-year-old Stewart's boss. You didn't have a harvest much of one last year. I said, you're going to expect one this year. You're going to waste your time. I said, you need to be concerned about your family instead of sending me off to the Navajo. That was one of the last conversations I had. I told him, I said, there will be no harvest this year. So, and what you're telling me is there was no harvest. Because 4 foot fucking corn doesn't compute. I mean, I know it's not 2 foot corn, but that's not a good corn maze. It's like you got a duck. It's a corn maze you go through on your knees and shit. um, but yeah, it's widespread. I don't know. Was that GMO corn, or do you know? Is if that's parental seeds too? I mean, some places did okay, but I mean, like this fucking crop failure. I have never seen anything like this shit before in my life. And I told people don't expect a harvest this year. Um, uh, very loudly, very voicefully, I was telling people there will be no harvest. I guess that makes me Mr. Popular because I was fucking right again. um, no, I really did. I've made videos. I told people grow indoors if you can. The light cycles are going to be fucked. There's 3 suns in the system, and we're going to have failed crops. I didn't in my head. Um, I didn't understand what that would look like. Now I do. Hydroponics, yeah, they're probably not doing too bad if they're indoor, complete controlled situation. All right, Nicholas. We'll be here. I got glass to blow. Canning lots of deer meat. That's a good idea. Hi, Carol. How are you? They have a lot of greenhouses too. Yeah, greenhouses might not help, Masandria. That's um that that's probably not going to help because the greenhouse is going to let in the UV from the other suns, and the rest cycle is going to be off on the plants because it's not going to have that darkness. Just because we can't see it doesn't mean that the plant, because that's what they thrive on, of course. So they're getting it from raw at night and both suns in the day. And I don't know what two spectrums does to a plant in the daytime. I don't think it has as much to do with the third in the night time. Uh, it aren't letting the plant sleep, and they're getting really confused. We saw Orion all summer. We watched Orion all summer. Um, so we were obviously, we had to have been held in fucking place in our orbit. So we didn't go around the summer side this summer. I mean, we watched fucking Orion. Um, I knew crops were going to be fucked up, but I honestly, uh, I didn't imagine all of them. Like, just gone, not none, no harvest. I said no harvest, but in my head, I didn't know what that looked like. You know what I mean? I'm trying to say I knew we weren't going to have a harvest, but I didn't know what that would look like. And now I know what that looks like. That's all I can say. It's fucking crazy. Good. Good to hear. Well, see, I heard you in Iowa, and there's a few places that did really good with the corn this year. It's good to hear. Can the fuck out of it. that's that's my advice to you, because it died from here to Dallas, Denver to Dallas. That's 200 more miles above me, and apparently all the way into the University of Arizona. Also, they only got 4-foot corn and dehydrated, just like the 2-foot corn here. Dancing on the ceiling. See, now I can handle dancing on the ceiling. I'm good with that. As long as the ceiling ain't too high. Good. I'm saving the fuck out of rice myself. Good to hear the rice did well. Because all we got out here is about 1,200 miles or so of fucking dead corn. And it's fucking like kind of spooky driving out here. I've got footage from everywhere I go. Now the corn's still just there. Yeah. Oh, what a feeling. Yep. Yeah, I would can the fuck out of everything I could get my hands on, Carol. I'll tell you, middle of Ohio, smack dab in the middle, like up around Mansfield area. I graduated from Gallia out of Shelby Vocational School up there, Pioneer. Buckeye Lake. A little south of where I was, for sure. I was up right, well, just told you where I was. I'm sure you know where I was. There you go, north of you. Yeah, yeah, that's where I graduated high school in vocational school with my blueprint construction degrees. I had 3 degrees when I graduated high school up there. And I went 2 weeks later into Navy boot in San Diego. My dad, you know where Canton is in the Football Hall of Fame. Have you ever heard of Amtex Oil? It's my uncle Dan Cook. My dad's Bruce Briggs Stratton. He's adopted. I was adopted, rather. But yeah, that's my family. That's why we were there. We were buying up mineral rights in southern Ohio and shit for those oil wells that you see down there. That's who you're looking at. Howdy. I'm a child of that. Your cat is fired. Poor cat. Ah! Speaking of fired, what are you doing? Look at this. What are you doing? What are you doing? Sniffing my butt. Can't go back there. Look, see that? If you touch that, you go zap. And I'll be like, I told you so. And then there's glass everywhere. I just spill glass everywhere. Look, I don't have anything to eat. Nothing. Nothing over here. Nothing. You want a potato chip? You got a potato chip if you want one. No, you get over here. Oh. Oh. She's I want a chip. I want chips. Chips. Yeah, there. Come here. You like the chip? Hmm? Is that good? What are you doing down here? Hmm? What are you doing down here? Come down looking for chips? Did you? Is that what you want a chip? You sit? You good girl? You gotta take it from me. I can't turn patches. My back hurts. You gotta help me out here. Don't be lazy. There you go. All right, I'll get upstairs. Go on. Don't make me get up because I don't have to yell at you. Go on. Upstairs, go. Tell Seamus. Go. Tell Seamus about Timmy. I don't care about Timmy. She says Timmy's in the well. Hey, Seamus. Maybe we have company. No, Patches would eat a sweat. Hey, hey, bud. Maybe Chico was just freaking out because he heard me and Patches decide to chime in. Because that's not her. Somebody's at the door fucking bark. It's more like her. I'm barking because Chico's barking and I have no idea why he's barking, but I'm going to bark louder. Bark. That's what bark that was. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she'll eat her. Fucking Chico looks cute as fucking is. I can't help you. Tell Seamus about Timmy. I don't care about Timmy. What is it the thing to do? Just stand there and bark at me? What? What the hell's wrong with you, dog? Really? I'm telling you, there ain't no Timmy. And we've looked for the well a lot. Go tell Seamus. Go get him. Go get him. I think Seamus went outside and abandoned me. I think the boy abandoned me. I'm going to have to go beat him up. I will hug you. Oh, shit. Hey, Seamus? What? This dog insists that there is a well outside and it contains a little boy named Timmy. No. She knows that there's a moto up. Oh, Moto's out there. Just as good. Can you shut that, please? What? Can you shut that door so she doesn't get back here? Thank you. What's that? False alarm. Moto. That is more plausible. She's singing Tiny Bubbles. That's funny. Go save Timmy. Fuck Timmy. I can't even walk today, Paul. I can't. There's no way in hell I could walk her. She would physically hurt me. Not today, unfortunately. Your cat's getting excited. See, I would probably break out the 12 gauge, but that's just me. Ah, That's Timmy's problem. Too much rum. See, I've found the secret to too much rum is just buy one airplane bottle. That way, once you down that airplane bottle, you know you probably shouldn't be driving because they're going to give you a ticket, throw you in jail for one airplane bottle. Is it worth it for the second one? You just buy one, and you never have too much. That's my method. It works pretty good. Well, but have you even given any thought to what you want? So you don't. There's no hurry. She, I can't tell you. She goes snug like a bug in a rug. he's, he's walking around in a blanket. Airplane models and I drive. No, I don't need a night in jail. I don't need all that excitement. What is that frequency, Robert? Eek? I don't think eek works. Eek the mouse. That usually attracts them. They're like, oh, squeaky. He's a fat fucker. Easy target then. So they have an actual device that, well, I'm sure they do, that mice can only hear. I wonder what it does for your dogs, though, if you happen to have pets, if it drives them away. Do what? What the fuck? Uh-oh, now Pollyanna's mad. Oh, okay, you drink them and I drive. Well, why? Wait a minute. Why do I gotta drive? Oh, because she's drinking the airplane bottle. Your dog? Yeah, it's. I was wondering if that would bother them or not. Device for squirrels? And did it drive your cat nuts? Or is it deaf because of it? Yeah, I don't do that. I get lucky when I'm driving sober. Fucking people. I'll be driving down the road and they're doing acrobatics. I'm like, whoop. Fucking Bambi will jump out in front of your car. I'm doing acrobatics. Whoop, whoop. It gets exciting out there almost every time I get in behind the wheel. It don't bother dogs. Cool. And nobody tries. That's a good idea. That, I don't have very many arguments about that. Oh, damn. See, nobody's driving now. And I get some wrong. That's how that works. Uh-oh.
Motherfukerz Public Schools. Hello, parents. Due to COVID exposure and extensive quarantines, there will be no in-person small group instruction and all buildings will be closed for cleaning from November 16th until Monday, November 30th. All instruction will be done remotely. Thank you for your patience and understanding during this incredibly difficult time for everyone. Thank you for listening. To confirm the delivery of this message, press 0. To repeat this message, press 9.
I didn't hear the option I wanted.
You have made an invalid selection. Please try again.
That
To
selection
confirm the
means
delivery of this message,
suck a bag of dicks. Oh, they hung up on me. Fucking school. They can't take a joke. So, anyways, Colorado's fucking starting to act stupid. So now I'm gonna have to start acting stupid. Oh wait, I already have. I'm gonna get louder. All of a sudden, I feel fucking. My back hurts. I need one of those airplane bottles of fucking rum. That would go well. I might go fucking run for one before I cook dinner. What are we cooking for dinner? Fucking fine. I'm gonna have to consult with the child. See what he wants. I don't give a fuck. Only got one tooth to chew with. I'd never be a monk again. Bullshit. You'd be. No rum, then. No rum for me. I want to be able to be quick on my feet. Shit. Pollyanna says she got plans. Uh-oh. Yes. Well, I believe that is probably lack of frequency from what I've read. The Schumann in particular. That's why we're relaxing our magnets and stuff. Because I don't want to go crazy when I lose my Schumann frequency and start eating people like patches. She might be able to catch a bunny down the road. Yeah. That's where I just have to be meek with it. Let the creator handle all those atoms and then military weapons. See what he can do about it. Because I don't know what to do about it with my magnet. I'm just going to lend mine to his. Well, they can crank it all they want. I mean, they can. They can do that. I am just convinced that they don't have the frequency weapon they need. I'm not even sure that one exists. Because they ain't fighting me. They ain't fighting me. I'm trying to help cocksuckers out. And creation is the one that is doing all this. So I'm just not going to be too concerned about it. I'm over those days. It is a good thing, Carol. All those wrinkles on your body are electromagnetics coming through. That's your individual, like a magnet fingerprint. Ta-da. I mean, that's biology 101, right? And nobody ever told me. I was like, oh, wait a minute. And your goosebumps are 1748 hertz. That's telling me this magnet is going all the way through our biology. And then they tell it. I started looking, and I'm like, yeah, 8 foot. And why is it 8 foot? Because that's as far as their equipment reads. And I'm like, so definitely, that's why you got fingerprints. That's your magnet signature. Get that on mama. Helps. We're pretty amazing, girl. Only through the creator. I mean, it ain't our fault that we're this incredible. That's for sure. But yeah, it's woo. We are some crazy powerful beings, but you, with any other power, have great responsibility. And this cat put a safety switch on it that's genius, freaking genius. I'm like, oh man, it has to come from a biological magnet in the truth of meet it with intent, and you just can't fake it. Y'all talking about cracking open bottles make me thirsty. Oh, I got daddy things to do. I want to make more pipes too. I got pipe things to pull. We have like um I want to get those started. It's 425, so let's finish smoking a little bit more marijuana because I didn't realize we was smoking through 420, but it worked out nice that way, didn't it? They're gonna need the liquor cabinet. Very, very possible. Fuck, the glass gets done. I got it. I got fucking a kid to feed. I've got high fuckery going on with my account. I got all kinds of shit going on right now. I gotta work. Gotta work. Acclimatize to a different frequency over time? No, probably not. It's all good, bro. Yeah. I gotta make another chess set this week too. Anna didn't want hers. She wanted it bigger because the chess set her dad made is a lot bigger than a regulation set. So I'm like, okay, we'll make it bigger. Different frequency, different dimension, different planet. The only way I understand that it works well doing that is making a Merkaba with people with love in their heart and making overlapped Lazarus seats and walking through it with an intent of destination. You arrive on said destination in a mist and are automatically acclimatized to said environment. That's how some of the natives got here, as far as they're telling me. It's 6:28 there. Well, then I'm a little bit late for you calling. Shit, you're far away. Um, any mechanical transport from here to there, though, you'd be fucking yourself without your human frequency. That is another governor switch with creation. That's why the Anunnaki have shorter lives here. It's not anything to do with our orbit. It's our planet's frequency. They're not here naturally. So they're going to at least half life just for being. And obviously they go crazy because there's something wrong with these motherfuckers. You know? Now the ones born here, they're just like us. They're dependent on the human. And if they go back to their planet, what happens? They start to get sick, they go mad, and then they die because they don't have their human. That's exactly what human frequency data says. Is that's what happens to it. So I've got to go with what I've been shown and what I've been deducing from all this. And what I did, like I said, I contacted a lot of tribes. A couple of tribes actually contacted me after I put this shit together, talking about you're on because that's how we did it. And I was a little surprised because I've never, I don't know anything about any tribe. So I figured out, shit. But that's how you do it. You got to do it in a natural harmonic with nature fashion. You go there with no ill will and no division in your heart, and boom, there you are. So it sounds far fetched, but I mean, this is what I'm reading on walls, and this is what the natives and all these the Aboriginals and all sorts of this is what they're all saying. Except I'm just showing it in physics and explaining how it works because I stumbled on it. Well, I just told you how. Yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you acclimatize to a different planet. The only way you're supposed to do it, I understand. I've been told very specifically not to trust anybody that comes here in any kind of mechanic. Even fuck who they are. His DNA changed. Well, your DNA is your frequency. It's your antenna, and it's going to adjust to the frequency around it, so it'll pick up a frequency. It might not be a good one. Mama told me to stay inside her magnet. He might be hybrid. Who knows what they're really doing up there? Look, the footage they show us have mice running around on the set. We know that's not in space, but I can see the damn thing in space. You know what I mean? They're doing stuff up there they sure as fuck ain't showing us. People are like, how can you believe that it even exists? I'm like, because I see it with my own eyes. When I go out and look, sometimes I actually see the fucking space is big. You know, I see little satellites all the fucking time. But when that motherfucker goes by, it looks like a space station. It's like, whoa, that's big. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with it, but it's definitely there. Have we seen any footage from there? God, maybe. Probably not. It does. It sparkles, it glitters, it shines, and it moves. It really there. Hi, Lauren. Yeah, it doesn't take a rocket scientist. Thank you. It's there. It's in space. But are they giving us real footage? But do you think mice run around up in space? I get the impression probably not. I've never been there yet. Don't plan on it, but I'm guessing no. Good night, cat. Sleep well. Yeah, it has for years. Thank you, Glenn. It has for years, absolutely. I've watched it grow. I'm sure you have too over the years. Uh, I find it amazing that people were like, "Oh, there's nothing up there. They're faking everything." I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Take yourself a lawn chair. Good. Well, I'm glad you found us. Hi, Lauren. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff up there. I see it all the time. Well, you're not alone, Robert. Sometimes it seems like it. Oh, sometimes it seems like it. And that's what they want. Just keep in mind, you're not, no matter how much you think you might be. Boy, that's hmm, starting to heat up. Just started heating up in the last 10 minutes. See what that does. 6, is that where it was? 93, 331. Check that far ahead. Fuck is this? Oh, okay. So, okay. Let's see what happens in the next 20 minutes. That might be interesting. See if anything's showing up on the plots new first for concise to read. When were you updated? About 45 minutes. So you haven't updated either, but you're due for one. Overdue. 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 So What happened to these data update automatically every 30 minutes? Because it's well past 00 UTC, boys and girls. About 20 minutes past. So you're about due for 2 update freshes on this page, Mr. and Mrs. US and GS. Fucking Billy. No, give me update my page. They're not updating the page. see how I am? I just can't stay. uh, television. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's something I'm glad I haven't been into for a very long time. Yellowstone's had a couple today. A couple of pretty significant ones, actually. And I believe one last night too. Yeah, they've been. I mean, well, mom's been hot as fuck. Have you seen? She's been hot as fuck. I ain't never seen no shit like that. Glenn's like, yes, yes, yeah. She is fucking hot as fuck. I ain't never seen no shit like what she's been doing the last few days. I just, it's normal. That's all I can bring myself to tell people. I can laugh. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Glenn. We're in trouble. If she does, boy, we all gonna be shaking and quaking. I think that might be a good bit of the shaking when these things back off with bounce too. It's going to be a real interesting time. TV gives me a headache. Just I don't care what I'm watching on it. It gives me a fucking headache. I don't like it. I can't. I haven't looked at it so long that it actually physically affects me when I'm in front of a television set watching it. I can't handle it anymore. More than like a half hour or so, you know. I mean, I watch old Judge Judy. You know that lady ain't aged since the first day I saw her. I think she's had so many facelifts. They tie it in the back or something. I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but you're looking for your Anunnaki. Fucking Judge Judy, yo. Yeah, I don't even have cable. I don't have TV. I don't have. This is it. That's all I got right there. I got. I got that. I pick what I watch. I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't. I don't fall asleep to random shit. That's just falling asleep to their programming. I'm telling you. Pay your what? Your cable bill? I don't even do that number. I saw Judge Judy at Anna's. Anna got a big screen TV, and I went there, and Judge Judy was on there, and I thought it was a rerun. That wasn't no rerun. That bitch looked 20 years older, or like she did 20 years ago, like an old crockety bitch. And the same old crockety bitch without any wrinkles and shit. She's all like, look like, I swear to God, man, it's a woman. She gotta have like straps around the back of her head, holding all that skin in. I, she got stocking noxema or some shit. I don't fucking know. Judge Judy's a guy, you know, you know. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck up with that bitch, but she don't look like she's aged like maybe a year since I seen her the last time. I did. I thought I was watching a rerun. I was like, look at that woman still fucking on TV. I said, what the hell? They running reruns? I said, no, that Judge Judy. I was like, oh bullshit. Judge Judy the robot or something. I don't fucking know, man. It's spooky. I was like, damn. Dr. Ruth. Oh God. Dr. Ruth on butt plugs. The glow in the dark stuff. Fucking glow in the dark butt plug. Is she I'll send her one if she's gonna critique it on I, I don't even know what this lady looks like. She couldn't talk in bed. She there would have to be rules. Oh my God. Oh boy. I ain't talking about Judge Judy either. I'm talking about the other, what's her name there? Dr. Ruth. Dr. Ruth Westheimer, I believe you're talking about, right? No safe words. No. See, I didn't just her opening her mouth would be a safe word. It's that voice. Is she fugly to fit the voice? See. God, if she's as ugly as her voice, that would also be a two-bag rule. One over her head and one over mine, just in case hers fell off. See, see, there's rules. Because yeah, doctor, I've heard her on the radio, and I'm all like, well, I've had that thought. Like, how does this woman even know? Is she beautiful? Is that's just woo hard to listen to? She's a guy too. They're all guys. What's up, Bill? How you doing? Got the ball gag. Is that how? That's it. Oh, see, now it's starting to make sense. But she got the ball gag. That's how she knows. Oh my God. Yeah. Earplugs, blindfolds. Oh yeah. I would probably have to have me a tag team partner just in case I couldn't handle it. I'd be able to tag out at some point. she 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 calling any ringer of her own. I just gotta go. It's the thought of the voice now. See, there's this brick block wall there, and possibly a little bit about what's under that bag. That's God. Well, I'm picky. I got a lot of rules. That's why I've been a monk for several years. Going on 2 decades. One of these things is not like the others. All right, let's pull some points and listen to some Josh. Oh, till I get too hot again. Actually, it's gonna be dinner time. We're gonna have to have cooking with catfish soon. So I want to get some shit done. What kinky channel am I blocked from? I no. I'm blocked from everywhere. Have you seen the way I interact with people? For fuck's sake, I still you say I don't know what y'all do. Yeah, I would probably clash hard with somebody trying to trying to partner up with me. What truth hurts? No, I don't hurt. I'm happy for the truth. I just try to share it. Other people don't like it. That's all I could say. you know, the moon hurts. I know. Now I have Dazza blocked 3 times different channels on this. Oh God. And what's his name? The Loki dude on 2, because he came at me again this morning. And I was like, all of like I said, I reported it as a crime to 2 different government agencies that monitor the fucking internet shit. I sent them MP4s. Some of the shit I've got. No, I don't know what to expect. I just said Monday I should be contacted by Monday to have a conference with somebody to talk to me about what's going on. It's Saturday. I didn't expect to talk to anybody. I imagine it was an automated thing, and I don't know if I'm going to talk to anybody on Monday. I'm just saying that's what it said. So we'll see. I've got this thing documented 7 years back. Because I went back once I found out what was going on and started documenting. All right. He leaves it up. All this, They just leave it all over the internet. They're real happy about their bad mouth and fucking comment shit. So it was easy to find. I knew where it was. Thomas and everybody else, if you want in on this, you need to start gathering your evidence that they were on you, Harrison on you, following you around. You show, get you just like I did a little screen recorder and open up your videos wherever they followed you at, to your mayor, your governor's page, wherever, on your YouTube channel. Same names coming up at you all the time, insulting you all the time. Get video of it if you want it on the class action suit, because I literally reported it to the federal at this point. I went beyond my local cops, because it's fuck. I don't know where half of these people are. I don't know where. I know where one of them is for sure. Thank God he's a long way from my ass. I don't know. But yeah, I had people telling me they want in on a class action. So I'm letting you know I started this thing today. So if you got anything where it's followed you to your channel or whatever, get screenshots of it at least, if you want to come forward on it. This is the beginning. This is what it looks like. I got tired of it. Yesterday they came in here saying they're reporting me to YouTube Legal, and I'm like, I'm not the one that switched 3 different accounts to come in here and fucking yell at me about something that's already been settled. In his own words, Tycho Crater shouldn't leave from 5 o'clock to 9 o'clock. I'm not twisting that. That's his parameters. He said it, his own words, and it's on his own page, the fucking video. And they're trying to hit me for defamation and shit. And these people got, I've, like I complained once because the guy's got my business name in like 6 of his videos. That should be copyright. Nothing. They're still there. I don't even hear back about it. That's the thing. I mean, I think I've got 1,000 reports in myself on this in the last week. I haven't got a report one back, not one response back from YouTube at all. I felt like I needed to go to law enforcement. I'm not going to sit here and get framed and fucking have them come at me. This isn't going to happen. Give a fuck. I've been just over here trying to mind my own fucking business. What's up, man? Congratulations. uh, I have a problem when somebody turns their problem around on me, and this is just criminal. I'm just not stand for it. Highsmith. Anyways, let's hear what Zach has to say about the situation.
To the ground in pieces.
They're about to annihilate us
Monarch
again.
is forever ended, and there's a victorious declared.
They already annihilated some of
the
us.
assembled Anunnaki
Blood,
announced their
rivers,
praise
red,
in Inerta.
all that good stuff.
Like I knew you are made. To their hero and leader they shouted. To replace the incapacitated beacon, a mount near the place of the celestial chariots was chosen. Within its innards, the salvaged crystals were rearranged. Upon its peak, the Gug stone, the stone of directing, was installed. Mount Mashu, Mount of the Supreme Celestial Bark, the mount was called. At that time, Enlil summoned his 3 sons. Enlil and the nursing also attended. Commands over olden lands to confirm, lordships over new lands to assign they met. To the nursing, Alzur and Marduk had vanquished, the Enlilship powers were granted. In all the lands his father's surrogate to be. Of the landing place in the Cedar Mountains, lordship to Ishkur was granted.
John.
To his domain, northward thereof, was he joined at the landing place. The land south and east thereof, where the Agigi and their offspring had spread,
Sion, you mean?
Were given to Minar as an everlasting endowment.
Because I don't,
to keep and hold.
I do not follow him.
The peninsula wherein the place of the chariots was,
I'm staunch against,
was included in Nanar's land.
Stellar Cores.
Utu, as commander of the place and of the navel of the earth, was confirmed. In the lands of the 2 narrows,
I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, man, I thought I'd leave. You know, they need to leave me alone or send me better trolls. Huh?
To that, Inanna was opposed.
That's all I know about Five Eyes.
To the heritage of Dumuzi, her deceased bridegroom, did Inanna lay claim. A dominion of her own, she demanded of Enki and Enlil.
Oh, all right, Robert.
How
I'm going to
Inanna's demands were to be satisfied, the leaders contemplated.
Doing better than I was
about
yesterday,
the lands,
though.
the peoples, and the great Anunnaki who decree fates in the council took. Regarding the earth and its resettling words with a new they exchanged. From the time of the deluge, the great calamity, almost 2 shars have passed. The earthlings have proliferated from mountain lands to dry lowlands they went. Of civilized mankind by Zissidra there were descendants. With Anunnaki seed they were intermixed. Offspring of a Gigi who intermarried and roamed about in the distant lands of Cain's kinfolk survived. Few and lofty were the Anunnaki who from the Nibiru had come. Few were their perfect descendants. How settlements for themselves and for earthlings were to be established, the great Anunnaki considered. How over mankind lofty to remain, how to make the many the few obey and serve. This is highlighted and underlined. They were trying to figure out how they were going to remain lofty over mankind, how to remain gods, and how not only to make the many, but the few obey them and serve them. So right there, they're talking about, how are they going to set up the control grid? How are they going to set up the power structure? How are they going to set up religion? How are they going to make it to where their aims are achieved? Mankind still gets to exist and survive and live, but we have to figure out how to make them obedient and serve us. That's That's really getting into the heart of the stuff that I think that a lot of people in the research community have not wanted to tackle up until now. About all that and about the future of the leaders, with words were exchanged with Anu. To come to Earth one more time, Anu decided, with Antu, his spouse, he wished to come. So that's the end of the 11th tablet. We're going to read the synopsis of the 12th tablet right now, let you know what we're going to be picking up on next time. The synopsis of the 12th tablet: the soil dries, plains and river valleys are resettled. Plentiful gold comes from the land beyond the seas. Anu and his spouse Antu arrive for a memorable visit. Reminiscing, the leaders realize that they are destiny's pawns. They allocate 3 regions of civilization to mankind. Pardoned by the departing Anu, Marduk remains rebellious. The first region and space facilities are Enlilite lands, the lands of Enlil. Man's first civilization begins in the first region, Samir. There you go. Man's first civilization begins in the first region, Samir, Samaria. Marduk usurps a site to build an illicit launch tower. Frustrated by the Enlilites, Marduk seizes the second region. He deposes and exiles Ninguzita, Toph. Yeah, well, in your fucking face! Sorry, I've just had people tell me that I've told Egypt people before, Egypt crazy people and Egyptology people, not Egyptology, people understand Egypt stuff. But Toph is an Anunnaki.
Toph was originally a planet. The Anunnaki assumed Toph's identity.
Well, in your face.
They tell us that. Josh, you're the one who read it to us.
To distant lands.
Come on, man.
And he declares himself Ra. Marduk declares himself
Marduk assumed Ra's personification.
So Marduk goes and sets up shop in Egypt. And sets himself up as a new god of control there.
He also took the identity of fucking Neberu in the Enuma Elish. That's how they do that shit.
Civilization. Enlil assigns his son Ishtar to protect the metal sources. Inanna is granted dominion in the third region, which is the Indus Valley region.
They're egotistic
Indus
goal.
Valley region. Geez, that's like Pakistan and
fucking insane.
Iran, all that, isn't it?
Is what they
so 266, the 12th tablet. All right. We are ready to get into the 12th tablet for you here tonight. Out of the Lost
Josh just hasn't caught on yet.
I want to read a little bit of the synopsis again for you that I read last night, because I read last night, but I'd like to read this again, because this is, to me, this is very, very interesting what it's about to get into. It's about to show you how the hierarchical structures of both government and religion and society itself were set up in Samir, ancient Samir, Samaria, by these Anunnaki. It's going to show you how these same Anunnaki sons of Enki set up shop on hierarchies of government, the base class, and society in Egypt. So we're about to get into some fascinating info here tonight. So I hope you all stay with us and continue listening here as we get into this. Probably going to be about another 30 minutes or so here tonight. Synopsis of the 12th tablet. The soil's dry, plains and river valleys are resettled. Plentiful gold comes from the lands. Oh, I just lost my place again.
Shit. I'm running out of propane.
From the lands, plentiful gold comes from the lands beyond the seas. Anu and his spouse Antu arrive for a memorable visit.
Guess who got the weekend off?
Destiny's pawns.
Me.
They allocate 3 regions of civilization to mankind. Pardoned by the departing Anu, Marduk remains rebellious.
I'm out of propane.
The first region and space facilities are Enlilite lands. Man's first civilization begins in the first region, Samir. Marduk has served
society. I got 1,500 pounds of gas and I'm out of propane.
By the Enlilites, Marduk sees the second region.
A lot heavier than that when I lived in
exiles Ninguzita, Toph. Again, in your face, motherfucker.
There ain't no
Oh,
way
this man,
because
the
the fucking
motherfuckers out there. Oh, no,
co-op's closed.
Toth is not an Anunnaki. He's
Co-op's
Egyptian.
closed, man.
Egyptians ain't got nothing to do with Anunnakis. Really? Is that right? I've literally been told that by researchers and people in radio hosts and stuff. I'm not even kidding you. It's not my problem you don't do your research. It's not my problem you don't read. Don't take it out on me.
Damn straight.
Ah,
Fucking
damn, man. He declares himself Ra,
I agree.
supreme God.
It ain't his fault.
He introduces pharaonic rays to mark a new civilization.
Arkansas Valley
Enlil assigns his
Co-op.
son Ishtar to protect the metal sources. Inanna is granted dominion in the third region, the Indus
Close.
Valley.
Opens at 8
Over
a.m.
here
on
we start
Monday.
the 12th tablet. To come to Earth
That's the
one more
only
time
place
and
I'll
then
get my
decided
propane.
he wished to come with his spouse Antu.
Why are you closed right now?
While they
Oh, it's
awaited
5
his
o'clock
arrival,
on
the
a
Anunnaki reestablished abodes in the Eden again. From the mountain lands where descendants of
See,
Shem
they're only
dwelt,
1.3
to
miles
the
from my
older
house in
land,
La
the
Junta.
black-headed people migrated.
And they only charge me
That's
$9
right.
for a refill.
The black-headed people going into
Walmart wants to
Africa.
charge you fucking 24. Gas
Upon
station
the newly dry
25.
soil, the Anunnaki left them settled
Fucking, I
to
don't go to
provide food
Walmart.
for all.
Where
Where Eridu, Enki's first city,
I'm
had
off
stood
till
before
Monday.
the deluge.
Ain't no big,
On top of the myriads of mud and that a new Eridu was marked out.
ain't no big deal.
In its center, upon a raised platform, an abode for Enki and Nimki was built. House of Tile, Lord, whose return is triumphant, it was called. With gold and silver and precious metals by Enki's sons provided it was adorned.
And what am I
Above
going
in
to
a
do?
sky-
Get pissed
in
at
a
me?
circle,
It's
sky
my
were
fault.
pointing- They were pointing towards the 12 constellations that were marked out by their signs.
Yeah, I'm going to
As
get
in the
pissed at me.
opposite, waters with swimming fishes were flowing.
All right.
In a
that's about it.
sanctuary, a
I'm
place
over
that no one invited to enter, Enki kept the ME formulas. Now, a listener sent me an email tonight and said that maybe ME means mitochondrial extraction. I have to say, judging from what they've said here, I have to agree with that. So thank you to our listener who sent that suggestion. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is. But it talked about when they created the ark that they put in the ark, they put, the MEs for each creature in there. Remember it talked about that? We read that a couple weeks ago or something. So mitochondrial extractions, yeah. So I could be wrong about that. He could be wrong about that. But just judging by the context
what are you
of
going to do,
term
huh?
ME,
I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
means they use it every time we're talking about formulas
Ow.
doing
I'm going to slow down a
manipulations.
minute.
Yeah, mitochondrial extraction.
Shit.
Mitochondrial DNA. Good catch there, listener. In a sanctuary, a place that no one invited to enter, Enki kept mitochondria extraction.
I'm going to turn off my oxygen.
For Enlil
And get ready.
and Ninlil,
Y'all ready for some cooking with catfish?
The mud slit was established.
Apparently that's what mode we're going to now.
Cattle folds and stalls, a sacred precinct was walled off.
Shit.
An abode for Enlil and Ninlil was built therein. In 7 stages it arose. A stairway rising as to heaven to the topmost platform. Is this talking about like the ziggurat?
See here.
His tablets of destinies, Enlil did keep there. With his weapons, it was protected. The lifted eye that scans the lands, the lifted beam that penetrates all. That's the lifted eye. That sounds like because we talked about, I think last week.
My dragon's feeling better.
We talked about creating the Sphinx.
He had a broken tail.
About this all-seeing eye before, as if the all-seeing eye is actually an entity.
That's what we did yesterday.
And actually, that's also referenced by the LSP Hall. And I found that very interesting. They talked about the Anunnaki built the Sphinx and all this stuff. And I thought, wow, well, Manly P. Hall talks about the secret destiny of the secret teachings of all ages.
I didn't sell him
inside
because he was broken. His little tail was broke. I broke his tail.
And someone who's gone
I broke his tail.
Societies,
I was like, fuck no.
Mystery schools.
I did not just break his tail.
Goes in for the final test there, and they have to battle this all-seeing eye thing. So
my buddy pointed it out. He said, "What you got going there on the tail?" So fuck, what's it look like? Looks like I got a crack.
Some entity that we are as of yet unfamiliar with.
That's a crack pipe. I don't like crack pipes.
Totally crazy, totally insane. In the courtyard in its own enclosure, Enlil's fast-stepping skybird.
So now my dragon is not perfect, although he's finished. You can see air bubbles where I had to fix him. So he's going to be cheaper.
The new place was selected at neither Enlil's nor Enki.
Cheaper than I had intended.
Unki, the delightful place it was named, shade trees were planted in it. A pure white structure, the house of Anu, in its midst was built. Its exterior rose in 7 stages. Its interior was like a servant's quarters. When the celestial chariot of Anu arrived at Earth, Anunnaki's sky ships soared toward it for a safe landing at the place of the chariot.
Yep. You better, oh dear. Oh.
Due to the place's commander.
Attack.
Attack.
Hola, amigos. This crazy little dog. Crazy kid. Oh shit. Hi kid. Oh god. You know, I almost lost my feeder on the ground. Trying to give me hugs with my cigar in my mouth. Hang on.
Okay.
We'll put this damn thing down.
Package.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. What do you want for dinner?
I don't know.
Oh, I came up to a nested kitchen. Oh, what are you doing?
Other than that, patches is.
The 2 sons looked old and bearded, and Arsha, once a beauty, was bent and wrinkled. All 5 of them were years of joy and sorrow tears for me.
What? Did he give you love? Did he give you hugs?
All the Anunnaki that on Earth had stayed as an honor guard were standing. Hail and welcome, hail and welcome in unison to Anu and Anu, they were shouting.
No, Chico, nobody loves you. Nobody, Chico. Nobody does. No, stop, please. She loves him. I need you to stop. She loves him. Please don't make this dog bark the whole time I'm up to. Okay, hey, I'm not done talking. Chico, I want him to hear this. If you do it one more time, you're cooking dinner.
There too, she was washed and rested and was perfumed and clothed.
Stop.
In
Thank
the
you.
open courtyard as an evening breeze, the tree leaves rustled. Anu and Antu on thrones were seated, flanking them were
What do you want for dinner, boy?
Attendants, earthlings who were completely naked, served wine and good oil. Others in a corner of the courtyard, they just got humans, random fucking humans running around naked. Ezekiel wants to get his dick wet, pour some semen into it, or some easy action, right? Oh yeah, just let the humans run around naked. You never ever gonna have to get your dick wet. You know, there you go. Jesus Christ, these motherfuckers are out of control. They are fucking Klingons. Dirty motherfuckers. I've been seen by Klingons. I hate to have to admit that. I've been seen by fucking Klingons. They're the dirtiest motherfuckers in the goddamn galaxy. I guess it could have been worse. Could have been sand people, right? John was
I suppose
I'd rate name for a new, an object was prepared for the signs of the heavens.
at some point.
Its start was awaiting.
You know what I would like?
What?
A little cleanliness about my kitchen.
No,
The
that's
steps of the
impossible.
house of Anu ascended.
It's completely
The
impossible.
rising of the planets to Eve time was announced.
Very
On the first step, Ishar in the
It looks
eastern skies
overrun
appeared.
at the moment.
Lamu, the second step was seen, that's Mars.
Yeah, it's kind of like Patrick Sport.
Lumu on the third
It
step was
reminds me of
announced.
Patrick
Ishar by the
Sparks
fourth
right
step
at the moment.
rose.
I'm not happy in
Lamu
my
on the
kitchen.
fifth step was seen. The moon from the sixth
Reminds
step
me
was
of Patrick
announced.
Sparks. Just call me
You're
crazy.
very
On the
happy.
single
Bless
moon,
him.
the hymn of the
Bless him,
planet
baby!
Anu, the skies rises began to
How
be
dare you
sung.
show me affection? How dare you?
From the
How
top of
dare
the
you show
step,
me
the
affection
seventh
of any
red
kind?
halo
He
Nibiru,
sneezed
red
though,
halo
Patches.
Nibiru came into
I'm
view.
still pissed.
I know.
So
I
see,
can't
there
help
you go.
it.
You showed me affection.
I know. It's okay.
There you go. Nibiru comes into plain sight, they can even see how it's haloed red, right?
Seamus, get your ass over here and stay away from the dog. She's already on the verge of barking. I found the butter knife.
Nibiru has come into view and it's close to planet Earth, right? There you go. Evidence that Nibiru coming close to Earth is good for destruction and all this stuff, but people are just running with it as an absolute I'm doing it. Go. On the signal, bonfire was lit.
I'll never listen to you ever again.
From place to place where the bonfire started. After the night was over, the land of Eden was lit with bonfires. It's like they're having a fucking party dance right now.
Yes, he does.
Oh, that's right. In the pocket of his new jacket. In the pocket of his new jacket, right?
Throwing down, dude. Look at this shit. I mean, seriously.
That's
They just said that the red
Patches?
beer came into view. They see it.
Stop.
And these motherfuckers are having a buffet. They're having wine and beer. They're getting fucking crummy as hell.
Only people with opposing thumbs are allowed to do that.
So you want,
Their planet,
you just want two patties?
destruction, and they call it the
Is that what you
destroyer
said?
when it comes near to Earth.
You sure about that?
Doing this.
Yes, it's just what happens, Josh. God, Josh hasn't caught on yet to what time it is.
And this is why I read this. This is why I chose to read this stuff. Not because I believe Zachariah Sitchin or I'm a fan of Raising Hell.
It's kitchen time.
Because I knew
Yes,
I read this stuff.
we're cooking in the corner
In the court of public opinion on a radio show.
over here.
That we would come to a lot more truth than the thing
I'm going to try and balance the situation on some beans and rice.
That doesn't sound like very stable foundation.
It's not, so stay the hell away from me. Welcome to Cooking with Catfish over here.
For several Earth days and nights, I knew
Kid wants cheeseburgers and French fries.
On the sixth day, his two sons.
I said we got fish, we got ribs and mashed taters.
What had transpired on Earth?
We got fish.
Cheeseburger.
And we got mashed taters, gravy, cheeseburgers. No.
Of how the Earthlings, by the oath of enlil to be wiped off, had again proliferated and knew it heard. Of the gold discovery in the land beyond the oceans and the chariots was there.
Give a kid an inch.
Of the dream and of the tablet of Galzin.
That didn't take a mile.
I asked him. See, that was my first problem. I was like, "Hey, dude, what do you want for dinner?" He's like, "I don't know." I said, "Well, this is what we got." He's like, "Cheeseburgers." Figures.
I didn't take a mile.
You know, you did. You didn't even take a second. You were just all like, "Move over, old man." Cheeseburgers. Cheeseburgers.
Cheeseburgers are now needed.
On the account of Galzu, on Earth we remain, Enlil said to his father.
This is important.
The day to Nibiru you return,
Turn yourself
you
as
shall
loud
die.
as it goes.
So did Galzu say to us. Incredulous of that was anew, the change of cycles indeed did cause havoc, but it was cured with elixir. Then whose emissary, if not yours, was Galzu? And Inky and Enlil said in unison, aha.
Creator of all
So who is
motherfuckers.
this mystery man? So see, this is the guy that changed the whole course, remember? This Galzu character?
Yeah, a couple of times.
Supposedly having orders from Anu. Who is he then? They don't know who he is. He never gave them orders. They said, who is this mystery man? He's the guy that wanted them to have compassion for mankind and not wipe them out and gave them the plans to, create the new ark and save them.
In their sleep visions. And all that.
Now we're starting to see the appearance of other entities that aren't Anunnaki
Hey,
who have had a
keep
hand
you just
God,
he told you he was.
steering the destiny of mankind.
Oh,
This is real interesting now. You just thought it was interesting.
all of these will
Now
come
somebody
over.
else is showing up in the mix, and I hear, we don't know who the fuck this guy was. I'm not sure.
No, I put almost all the dishes over here so I can forget about
What's this guy?
it. Don't forget about these over here.
Whose
too.
emissary, if not yours, was
I'm doing that at the moment.
the earthlings wanted to save the earth.
That's what I'm doing,
Made us
Patrick.
stay on earth.
Or-
And Arsik slowly
Oh, shit.
nodded her head.
Fuck no, my pockets are full of stuff that don't need to get wet, kid.
It needs to be wet.
You know,
There you go, the son of God. Now this is the
it could get rough for you.
This
It
is
needs
like-
wetting.
If you,
So we have, that explains what we haven't. This is very interesting. Somebody else is showing up, and it's not this person. We don't really have any
I would second
real
guess
explanations for that.
my own thoughts on that situation.
Your Pac-Man is still busted.
Oh,
Use your advantage.
let's see.
By the time I get up tomorrow, I'll have to clean up the box. Galzu is this person. Galzu is this. Hold on. Which is fine. I'm cool with that too. Was the creation of Earthlings also destiny? Of that, I must wonder. For a while, the four of them were silent. Each one's past events in his heart recounted. While fates we decreed the hand of destiny every step directed. So Anu did say, the will of the creator of all is clear to see on earth
Obviously.
and earthlings. Only emissaries are we.
And he just told you get the fuck off the earth.
To preserve and advance them.
He
we were
did.
intended.
He did.
He didn't.
If that is our mission here,
Yeah.
let us accordingly.
He said
act,
give
so we
give
can
it
get
back to him because you guys suck. That's what he
The
said.
great Anunnaki who decree the fates councils exchanged regarding the lands. To create civilized regions, the great Anunnaki decided. To therein
I heard
provide
his ass say
mankind
it.
with knowledge. Here we go. I mean, is this what the
Shredded
so
cheddars.
what I'm thinking here is that because a lot of people
Oh,
think that the Anunnaki and the Nephilim are the same thing. The more what I'm finding out is that the Nephilim were not necessarily the same as the Anunnaki, but yet people
Well,
are researching
shit, you got
always
two
trying to
cheese
put those
packets
together
out.
as they're the same thing, and I don't think they are.
There's 2 cheese packets out. Well,
And this right here to
this one's mostly
the
air.
great Anunnaki decided to provide mankind with knowledge.
Mostly.
This is when the first secret
You don't
society
want
was
cheese
set up,
on
the
your
brotherhood of the serpent, the brotherhood of the snake.
If you don't want any cheese, just let me know. I'll put it back.
all
Which was involved
No, I
in the
mean you don't
first
have to.
priesthood in Sumir.
You don't have to
Yeah,
have
just
cheese.
sneaking around and trying to figure out how to cook without
We're better off keeping this information to ourselves.
She doesn't even know the magic temperature.
Exactly what they
She's
did.
also
Apparently they
scouting for that information.
basically
Okay.
took over power and started
You know,
controlling
yeah,
us
she's
all.
all skulking
When that was
around
never
there.
the goal of mankind,
She's looking for all
the
the
Anunnaki
things
with
necessary
mankind.
to cook. I don't know.
They could have enslaved us and done anything they wanted to with us.
But you know, being I'm not the dishwasher, I don't give a fuck.
I mean, just
The dishwasher and the
people
cook
around
now.
here are enslaving and enslaving us or doing it for us to
Practice.
She's
based
pissed.
on the fact that they're claiming
She's pissed. No one's paying attention to her.
that they are,
No one's paying attention to her, and she's pissed
to these
about it.
royal Anunnaki bloodlines when in
Everyone
reality,
should be
yeah,
focusing on her.
just because they're
She's like, oh.
blood related to these people doesn't mean that they're not intimidated.
Josh, they're still here,
That's not what
dude.
we do.
See, Josh just doesn't understand. They're still here.
So very well could be this
You know,
idea that,
I'm probably still gonna have to make some mashed potatoes and gravy just because I want some, and that ain't enough for me and you.
Yeah,
You can have those fries.
Very much now.
I'm not gonna tell you the magic temperature to cook them at.
Infinity.
No,
full fucking point. You put it in there.
I put them in there. I put them in there at 420. I cook everything at 4. What kind of spices you want? Garlic or would you like some lemon pepper? Or would you like just regular Himalayan fucking
entities or other entities or something like that, or what if the whole thing's a lie?
Did you do my first?
It's very easy to blame it on some god or some alien or something like that
Honey.
than it is to have
Yes, I
believe
heard
that
that.
actually the
We actually have some in the shaker over
power
here.
lies in the people that are
I'm
actually
not
here on
sure
Earth.
which one. No,
Honey fries.
no wonder it has a P on it.
Phony
That would
lie
be
and
the
the divine
pepper.
right to rule as their
I
excuse
didn't
to
know we
be
had
in
black
power.
salt.
No, we have pink salt in here.
Yeah.
The whole shit
Cities of
from
man were to be established.
So just
In
refill it.
there,
Oh, she
there
said.
ran
So
sacred
there
precincts
you go.
and
You
abodes
got
for
pink
the
salt on
Anunnaki
the
were to be
shit.
created.
Fine us again.
Fuck off, Patches.
Kingship as on the Biru.
Oh.
Crown and scepter
Got told to fuck
to the
off.
chosen
She
man
doesn't
were
know.
given.
She knows what the
There
fuck
you go.
is.
And then you read that, and it makes it hard to say what I just said.
Alright, what are you just fucking with?
See, I don't know. I mean, fuck.
I got it.
Right there, they're saying they gave him the crown and scepter from the
Good
charge
thing
of
I
the crown
didn't
and
get you
scepter.
with the Oh my God! What are you doing?
And doing the shit, you're a busy man.
No.
You're a busy man. Shane.
No.
You gonna cook it? Patches! Ow! No, I just fucking threw my back out yelling at your dog. I'll bet this is funny.
Priesthood was established. To establish the Anunnaki as
Oh,
lawful
shit.
lords to serve and worship
I'm
their
over here hurting myself yelling at Patches. What do I have to do to make this shit? I know how to make real gravy. I got this for $1, like 3 pack. I was like, I can't go wrong with that. Let's see. A cup of water. Okay. That's how I do it. And it's just like, except it's got the flour mixed in with the juice. It makes the gravy. Got it. So I need another pan.
Oh God! Another pan.
Another pan.
Here.
And a cup.
Oh God!
Measuring cup.
Not a cup.
Fucking cup.
Oh God!
That measures
Terrified.
1 cup.
Terrified.
I would be.
Terrified.
So there. Now we have. Do you want mashed potatoes too?
Yeah.
Well, I'm making gravy, so they'd probably be good over French fries. It says who?
Me.
So now you're the authority on good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna have these because these were not bad last time we had them.
Third region, with the other two not mingling in a distant
Boxed
land, was
potatoes.
rented to Inanna.
I gotta get
The fourth
another
region for the
10-pound
Anunnaki
bag because
alone
I eat
consecrated
too
was
many
on the
potatoes
peninsula
to
of the
be.
place of the chariots.
It's good potatoes
So that's
though.
the third region they built. So we're going to be leaving on.
Ain't
Now
too
this is
bad.
the account of a news journey to the
So-
lands beyond the ocean.
I don't need nearly as much fucking water as what I've got.
Oh God!
Oh, dear God, you're not having any baked any of these? Really? You're not? You're not? Huh? I'm asking. Because if not, I'm putting green butter in the shit. You got
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
I got fries.
fries.
Could very well be the source of that statement.
Oh dear!
It does seem
The
like there
alarm
was
sound of
Well,
yelping.
oh yeah, shit, fuck.
What?
I gotta run outside because my oxygen needs turned off now. I'm out of propane, kids.
Widespread death and warfare
That's why
on
I'm
the
up here
planet.
early.
Allegedly,
Cooking dinner.
that's why this lost book of Enki was made. Because it says very explicitly at the beginning of it that this information is supposed to be known to all of mankind,
Flakes
so
as
that we
much
don't go the same
as
route
what I
that these
put in
Anunnaki
there.
went down, which is death and
Okay,
destruction.
well that's interesting.
And all this other stuff. This would make perfect sense
I shall return.
among many
I have to
other
go turn
reasons
off my oxygen.
why this information
Oh,
has been
God.
I'm gonna
downplayed,
drop off some of
has
this
been
shit in my
called disinfo,
pocket.
has been
Oh,
called
no.
distractions and everything else because in it
Chaos.
does lie that warning of, we got to change our ways on this planet, otherwise we're going to go the same route they did. Now this is the account of Anu's journey to the lands beyond the oceans and how in the first region where the Anunnaki cities were reestablished. Having the decision about the regions and mankind's civilizations, Anu inquired about his grandson, Marduk. I must see him again, Anu said to the leaders. Whether by Dumuzi or by Ningazita inviting to the Biru, Marduk's ire I myself have called. So Anu did wonder if he should reconsider the bullshit.
They're not even near her baby and she's freaking the fuck out.
Beyond the oceans you journey, Marduk will be to meet you. The land where he roams in those parts of the earth it is, so Enlil did say to Anu. Before the distant lands, the royal couple went. The Eden and its lands Anu and Antu surveyed. Eridu and the Biru Key they visited, where the cities of the first region were planned, they saw. In Eridu, Enlil complained about Enki. The MEs, which I believe are mitochondrial extraction formulas, is keeping them to him. Enki is keeping to himself. Anu on the seat of honor exceeded. Said words of praise to Enki. My son for himself has built a magnificent house. It is raised beautifully on a platform. To the people that the house surrounds and serves, Enki will give great knowledge. Now, the knowledge that is in the MEs is secreted, with no other Anunnaki may be shared. Embarrassed was Enki to share with all the divine formulas to Anu he promised.
Got a baby.
In the ensuing days, in sky ships traveling, Anu and Antu surveyed the other regions.
Hiding, but she found that shit. That's funny.
Then on the 17th day,
What the hell am I doing?
the royal couple returned for one more night of rest.
Oh shit.
I got my potatoes started way too early.
He burnt one,
so now I got.
For blessing.
Not yet.
To his great
I'm fixing to burn something.
He drew her closely, he hugged her, and he kissed her.
I got a water propellant device here.
I got a paddle somewhere I'm going to burn your ass with. How's that? I will locate it. Oh,
well, if I find it first.
The sky ship in which
I might be in trouble because I'm not moving very fast today. Maybe I should just keep my plans to myself.
Probably. It's the winter time. It's the winter time. Oh, spatula! You're not exactly at your prime potential.
Excuse me.
Spankage.
I hate to have to beat you in front of the people, but it looks like I may have to. Oh shit, I just got grease all over the people. Excuse me while I flip grease all over you.
I think you're a little too slow to beat me in front of the camera today.
I do too.
I think I might be able to run out the door and outside.
Wait for you before that happens.
Now you're running.
There is enough gold
Let's
here
see.
for many
I
shards
taught
to
you that's the
come,
best thing to do in that
satisfied.
situation, did it?
To a place nearby,
I'd kick me right and square in the nuts.
I would say that it wouldn't be, but it's winter time.
How to build a place for
Oh yeah, you know I'm not coming after your ass. I just wait till you get too cold. You try to come back in.
A knot. Anunnaki made, he called it. A knot. How by combining it
See,
with
I
the
still need
abundant
a little bit
copper,
of
a strong
cheese
metal
over here.
showed
Sugar
that
burgers, boy.
on the Great Lake from the shore of the metal made Anu and Antu sailed. The lake of a knot, Anu called it, henceforth was its name. Then
It's getting all sassy. Bless it, baby!
Oh shit. Well, she doesn't care. She got her own reason.
I know, she's got her own now.
and his grandfather Anu the king.
She found it again.
Now, with his
She has a little bulldog stuffed animal that she carries around. She has done ate its eyeballs off and its ears off. No, she's neurotic about it though. Nobody else can touch it.
But then she forgot about it.
Yeah, she lost it somewhere.
And then she completely forgot about it, found it, and became neurotic.
And now she found it. Yeah, it's on. So don't look at her baby. She'll bark. That is, it's hers. But, don't you dare.
A new place for the chariots. Anu and Antu celestial chariots stood there ready and was loaded with gold to the brim.
That's the
As the
last
time
bit
for the
of
departing
green
came,
butter. I
Anu
gotta get
sent
some
words
butter.
of guidance and goodbyes to his children.
I got a little keef scraping
Whatever
so they'll
destiny
get out
for
of
the
here.
earth and the earthlings is intended, let it so be. If man, not Anunnaki, is destined to inherit the earth, then let us help that destiny. Give mankind knowledge. Up to a measure, secrets of heaven and earth, let them teach.
Up to a measure.
Up to a measure. They give them knowledge up to a certain point. Don't too much now.
Comes another day that the house is going to smell like green
the
butter.
foundations of the free class, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Laws of
The
justice and
entire house
righteousness
is
teach
going to
them
start to smell like green butter
and
again.
depart and leave.
Because he's going to
So
make some
did Anu
more.
say to his children, giving them fatherly instructions.
What? You talking?
Once more they hugged,
No.
embraced, and kissed from
No.
the new chariot's place.
Right here.
Anu and Antu left for Nibiru. The first to break the silence was
There will be
Lorna,
another
with
day
anger
of Daddy
for his work.
destroying the scent of the house with
What is
green
this
butter.
new place of celestial chariots?
The
Of
green
others'
butter will
explanation
fill the house
demanded.
once again.
What after my exile without my knowledge
Someday
has
soon.
transpired?
Someday soon.
When Inky,
I hope. We'll
Inky
see.
told Marduk of the decisions about the four
Butter's
regions,
expensive.
Marduk's fury knew no bounds.
Seriously.
Why will
I might
Inanna,
have to
a
do a
cause
small
of Nuzi's death, get her own region?
Oh, fuck.
The decisions
Small
have been
batch.
made and they
Small
cannot be
batch.
altered, so Enlil said to Marduk. In separate skyships to the Eden and its adjoining lands they returned.
Whatever
Sensing
mashed
trouble,
potato leftovers
Enlil
are
and
going to be
Ishtar
added to them.
were instructed to stay behind and to keep watch over the gold. To commemorate Anu's visit,
Well, we'll probably
a
still
new
protect the date.
account of the passage of time was introduced. By earth years, not by Nibiru Shars, what on earth transpires to be
Or you might
counted.
not care about it in its entirety and have Chico have it all. Chico
Now
passed the
listen to
fuck
this.
out
This is
because of the green
a
butter.
very interesting piece of information from you astrology-minded people out there.
That could happen.
In
She's
the
done it
age
before.
of the bull,
Not give a
to
fuck
Enlil
about any
dedicated
food.
was the count of earth years done.
Oh,
So, in the age of the bull,
Yeah.
the age of Taurus,
Making potatoes of mashed.
that would have been when the ages were started. We're in we're in Pisces right now. Going into Aquarius. So I guess time and years started being counted during the age of Taurus. That's an interesting tidbit. I did not know that. When the leaders returned to the Eden, the place of the first civilized region, how to make bricks from mud, the Anunnaki taught the Earthlings, and then therewith to build cities. But where once cities of the Anunnaki alone had stood, cities for both them and the Earthlings now arose.
Mm-hmm.
There, and in new cities for the great Anunnaki, sacred precincts were consecrated. Therein, the Anunnaki with lofty abodes were provided. Temples by mankind they were called. You know, right there, we refer to as temples, were actually made for abodes for the Anunnaki.
Yep.
And the best example of them I can
Packet
think
of gravy.
the temple
Oh,
Mount
fuck.
Tindera. You know the
You
temple
know how I
Mount
like
Tindera
my
is what I'm
gravy.
talking about before.
Not out of a packet.
You know, has to have,
Green.
I always like
You like
to
it
have
green.
better figures than what I can achieve.
So we're gonna give this shit a shot.
he likes
It was cheap to begin with. Green gravy. I don't have no green butter left. You better watch out, I'll burn your french fries.
Yeah, shit.
Here, take this milk, if you would, please.
You can't find dedicated books to this. It is a single
The milk vanished.
in-your-face piece of evidence.
Here's some cheese for you.
The Anunnaki, giants, and extraterrestrials anywhere, and it's
Yeah,
largely
trash
overlooked in
cheese.
Egyptology,
Go ahead and put
largely
cheese up.
overlooked
Yeah.
I ain't got all the trash gathered yet.
And
Here you go,
the
sir.
reason
Thank you
why
very
is
much.
Oh,
because
shit.
it's exactly
Thank you,
what they
thank you.
describe
Thank
here.
you very much.
It's made, the Anunnaki,
All
this
right.
thing's made to the scale of giants. It's made for giants to walk. And there's just no way modern people would have constructed it. But right there, it tells us the abodes that the Anunnaki built in were called temples by the God. That's a key piece of evidence right there. That says a lot. So now whenever somebody refers to these ancient monolithic structures as a
Looks
temple,
good.
always remember that temple is code for abode for the Anunnaki, the house of the Anunnaki. Therein, the Anunnaki as lofty lords were served
I'll
and
keep that one in mind, Josh.
by number
Temple.
ranks they were
Code
honored.
for House of the
Their
Anunnaki.
heirship to mankind made known.
Yes.
So that right there, they're saying that in these days, in the first days of this, them being seen as the heirship of mankind, meaning AGIR, mankind being the progeny of these Anunnaki, it was a known thing. Another piece of evidence, see, it didn't become hidden. Man is what has made this information hidden.
Now we're talking.
We are the ones who have enslaved our own kind with each restriction of this knowledge. And it seems that the people that wrote these texts were very aware of that being a possibility to happen. And indeed it did. The Anu, the heavenly, the rank of 60 held. To Enlil, the rank of 50 was given. On the earth and his foremost son, Enlil bestowed the same rank.
What?
Well, fuck you.
Next in succession was
What kind of stuff would you like on
the
your
rank of 40
cheeseburger?
held. To Menar, the son of Enlil, and Enlil, the rank of 30 was assigned.
1 or 2 with
To his son and successor, Utu, the rank of 20 was allotted. 10 as a number ranked to the other Anunnaki leader sons was granted.
Okay.
Ranks by the fives between the female Anunnaki and spouses were shared. When after Enlil and
What would you
Enlil
like
and
on
their
it?
temple abodes were
Mustard
completed,
and mayo.
in Lagash, the
Mustard
garrison
what?
precinct
Mayo.
for the Nurta was built.
Mayo.
His black
Right.
skybird was kept there.
Mustard and mayo.
Mayo.
For to pray. Eninu, House of 50, was the temple of the Lord Nurta,
Daddy's doing bad.
and now is
I do. I'll keep adding stuff to
the
your
supreme
pile
hunter
and
and the
steal the
supreme
french
spider,
fry.
weapons that give the mother.
How dare you?
The
I was gonna let everything else slide, but once you took that french fry, it was on.
That was it,
It was on.
Had been established
Started war.
in the Ababor, the shining house, and abode for Utu.
Started
and his
World
spouse
War
Aya was
III.
I wanted to make sure they weren't poisoned.
From there, Utu
Likely story.
laws of justice for mankind.
Likely fucking
Where
story.
because of Silmud, the olden plans could not be followed, new signs were chosen.
That worked. Look, you almost ate that whole thing of bread again already.
Maybe.
You're gonna need some more of that.
Maybe it's your fault.
Maybe it's my fault.
You just took 8 loaves out of it.
Was her temple abode therein named.
I did.
Sliced it out of it.
It's almost all your fault, dude.
No.
Uh-oh. Is that the only mayonnaise we got in there?
Yes.
What? Is it?
They were created.
No, so you've been eating all the mayonnaise too.
No, Chico had.
What's its name?
Chico did.
House of the Throne Seeds was its temple abode called. The moon's
Oh,
beams
shit.
to the lands it reflected.
Got trash.
Ishkur to the mountain lands of the
Point
north
at 'em.
returned. The House of Seven Storms is abode was called.
Major pointage.
Inanna in Unagi resided.
Majorly minor
By
pointage.
Anu bequeathed to her she dwelt. Marduk and Nabu dwelt in
We
Eridu.
have ways to make people stop
And
pointing.
they eat in their
I
own
know.
abodes.
Oh, yeah, I do.
No, you're too slow. Too slow.
Page
I don't have to be fast.
7.
Too slow.
Watch.
Still too slow.
277 now is the account of the
Every
first
time you point at me, something gets rubbed on my butthole.
And then you accidentally use it.
I bet you stop pointing. How's that damage me? How's that damage, boy? Oh, God.
And it's your fault, so you have to clean it.
Your
fault, you're cleaning up.
I don't know if it can get clean. Did you see where I rubbed that thing?
It's your job. It's your job now. That cup is your job now.
Oh, God. I don't know if it's all possible.
Right?
I don't know if it's possible to get that thing clean.
I don't have to. You have to. You're the one that dirtied it.
You can put your elbow grease in it. Your home ec requires it. That you learn how to
It's
get
your home ec.
stains out of cups.
It's your home ec. It's your home ec class too.
Please don't let that. My name is Joe.
You have to
I love each and every one of you. See you next time for the broadcast. You guys have a great night.
You
Take
have
care.
to participate. See what happens
The
when you don't
mayonnaise.
participate.
The mayonnaise hurt me.
See what happens when you don't participate? Things happen.
Look. If you don't stop fucking with me, I might lose my concentration and put Chico in one of these sandwiches. You know what Graham Hancock says about that, right? Chicken in the bucket. Isn't that what he says? I don't even remember. I thought it was something called Chico was lunch meat. Chico was genetically raised for lunch meat for the Aztec people. That's what Graham Hancock said. I heard him. Good thing we got more mustards because we're out of that too.
Oh my God. What? You're never out of mustard.
Now this is the account of the first city of men and of kingship on earth.
He's evil.
Now very interesting how those things
Evil.
go hand in hand.
You know what's evil?
You.
Is me grubbing on your French fries.
You're evil. Exactly. You're evil.
Also setting up kingships.
Bad daddy.
That's what I've been trying to tell
No,
people.
evil daddy.
Here for 4 years on the show now.
Evil.
Evil.
It's an absolute fact.
Yeah, step it up, man. Step
The
it
idea
up.
of kingship and divine right to rule, all of this stuff,
All right,
but it's very
so
much alive in today's
I drained your French
politics and
fries.
today's rulers and leaders.
Oh shit, evil.
All of that, the whole idea comes that
And they got a little bit of salt
Well, I'm
on
gonna
it.
drain all the rest of the soda.
to those families and those
Continue.
bloodlines who trace their lineage directly back to these Anunnaki. That's how the kingship and the thrones and all this
You want ketchup?
Let's get into that here tonight. And how Marduk
For
schemed
Chico.
to build a tower wherefore Inanna had stolen the Emees
Thank you, sir.
in the first region in the lands of the Eden and in the cities with precincts. By their Anunnaki lords, the earthlings were taught handiworks and crafts.
Keep stealing my fries.
Before long, the fields were
Evil.
and on canals and rivers
did.
Oh shit, she got her
I
baby
stole
in the
another
kitchen.
one. Uh-oh.
What's
What's your baby doing in my kitchen?
She got her baby in the kitchen.
Chico, she's obviously afraid you're going to get something to eat. And she doesn't know what to do with her baby.
Then to let the black-headed people a city of their own possess, it was decided. Kishi, Scepter City, it was called. In Kishi did the kingship begin. Therein, in consecrated soil, anew and in heavenly bright. Now this is interesting. Therein, in consecrated soil, anew and in little, and planted the heavenly bright
I
mountain.
know, right?
Isn't that interesting? So in consecrated ground, anew and in little, are planting some heavenly
Something
bright
crazy
object into
dogs.
the ground. Well, what could that be? Because whatever
Thank
entity
you for
that
hooking up
is,
some of these dishes, kid.
it has to do with
I shall be right
kingship
back.
or divine right to rule. It is some ancient archaeological relic like the Ark of the Covenant. I don't know. In it, the Nurta appointed the first king. Mighty Man was his royal title. That was the best they could do, Mighty Man. Mighty Man, you are in charge. Run things for us here on this planet, Mighty Man. We trust you, Mighty Man, all the descendants of Mighty Man. To make it a civilized center for mankind, Ninurta journeyed to Eridu. The ME tablets that the kingship divine formulas hold from Enki to obtain. Properly attired. With respect, Ninurta entered Eridu. For the ME of
Excuse me,
kingship, he
Chico.
asked,
I'd hate to stomp on you.
Enki, the Lord who all the MEs,
He's just
guards all
teeny.
the MEs, granted 50 ME to Ninurta.
Oh, we're back to speakers. Oh.
Mitochondrial reaction, DNA create new workers, new humans. In Kishi, where the black-headed people were taught to calculate numbers. Heavenly Nisaba writing taught them, and Heavenly Ninkashi showed them beer making. Oh, it showed how some beer came from aliens. Oh, all right. That's good to know.
Oh.
In Kishi, guided by Ninurta,
Shit.
kiln work and smithing proliferated.
Don't laugh.
Wheeled wagons harnessed to male asses.
Oh, God.
Craftily fashioned in Kishi.
Oh,
Laws of justice and righteous behavior
shit.
were promulgated in Kishi. It was in Kishi that the people
Ow. Fuck.
composed hymns of praise to Ninurta.
Cool. I'm glad I'm sitting down now.
Of his heroic deeds and victories, they sang. Of his awe-inspiring blackbird, they chanted. I think it's interesting that they had this craft. Ninurta has this craft called the Blackbird. This ship that flies around looks like a blackbird. Could that be where we got the technology for the SR-71 Blackbird? I mean, look at that. Look at that plane. Look at the SR-71 Blackbird. Think about that thing. They admitted they had that thing in 58, which means they had to have been working on it prior to 58. If 58 when they admitted they had it.
Believe it or not, I used to have hair just like him.
This is long before computer-aided design and engineering and any of this stuff. Yet they were to calculate properly how to have this plane operate without a vertical fin stabilizer. It has two small fins in the back, but no vertical fin stabilizer. And I've seen documentaries talking about the SR-71 Blackbird where they're talking about, that.
We get along real well.
But they never seem to mention that, they didn't, you would have had
He's
to
a
have
good
computer-aided
kid.
design and all that stuff to get that right. How are they able to get that right? We went from flying, prop planes just a few short years earlier in World War II to having, this supersonic thing that can fly at the threshold of space in a matter of less than 10 years.
See, what a surprise. I forgot I put green butter in these.
So I find that interesting. Could that SR-71 Blackbird came as a result of, these ancient plans? They may very well could have been.
God, I gotta make more green butter this week.
They try to retire those things so many times. But
maybe that's what we'll do tomorrow. Now that I'm out of oxygen.
The stuff that's in them still surpasses technology we can produce today. The U-2 spy planes the same way. And why is that?
I'll go get
why is there
butter
technology
tomorrow.
in these things from 40, 50 years ago we can't recreate today? And that's a good question, isn't it? How in faraway lands the bisons were subdued, and how the white metal was mixed with copper he found. Ninurta's glorious time it was. With the constellation of the Archer, he was honored.
Uh-huh.
All the while, Inanna in the Unki, her lordship awaited in the third region.
The constellation of the Archer.
The domain of her own of the leaders, she demanded. So the space in a matter of less than 10 years. So I find that interesting. Could that
they're spreading out the earth and the dominions over it,
these ancient
and they've never left. And Josh still don't get it.
They try to retire those things so many times, but they can't because there's still the stuff that's in them still surpasses technology we can produce today. The U-2 spy planes the same way. Why is that? Why is there technology in these things from 40, 50 years ago we can't recreate today? That's a good question, isn't it? How in faraway lands the bisons were subdued, and how the white metal was mixed with copper he found. Ninurta's glorious time it was. With the constellation of the Archer, he was honored.
Oh, see, he's Orion.
All the while, Inanna in the Unki, her lordship awaited in the third region. All the while, the domain of her own of the leaders she demanded. The third region after the second one will come, her leaders thus assured her. Having seen how Ninurta journeyed to Eridu, and how the ME of kingship he attained, Inanna devised a plan in her heart to obtain ME from Enki. She schemed. Her chambermaid, Ninurshber, she dispatched to Eridu to announce a visit by Inanna. On hearing this, Enki quickly gave instructions to his housemaster, Izima, the maiden, all alone to my city, is directing her step to Eridu. When all alone she will arrive, let her enter into my inner chambers. Uh-oh. You know what Enki's thinking. He wants to...
Typical Enki activity.
Pour it into her open vagina. Pour the seed into her womb, indeed. It is your destiny to pour the semen into the womb.
Pour for her cold water to freshen her heart. Give her barley cakes with butter. Prepare sweet wine and fill the beer vessels to the rim. Yeah. See, that's worked for thousands of years. It works. It always works. Get her drunk and then take her panties off. And he knows what's up, man. I mean, he knows the rules. He knows what he knows what he's got to do. He's a pimp. When Inanna was alone in the abode of Enki, entered, Izmud followed Enki's commands. Then when Enki greeted Inanna, he was overwhelmed by Inanna's beauty.
Fucking patch.
With jewelry, Inanna was bedecked.
She's having some
By
serious
her
issues.
thin dress, her body was
Over
revealed. She bent down.
I know what mom's doing.
Her vulva
Doing
was
stuff.
thoroughly admired by Enki.
Hey.
I can't believe I just read that.
That's enough neurosis.
When she bent down,
Neurosis.
her vulva
neurotic.
was thoroughly admired by NT. Oh yeah, I like that vulva, baby. I can see it sticking under the dress.
Right.
She got that dog in her mouth.
So we got Anunnaki going commando
I don't know
now.
what
Huh?
mom's doing right
Now
now.
I like these guys. They're fucking Klingons all the way. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Patches, come here.
They're fucking Klingons. So these motherfuckers are hardcore. They're getting drunk, wearing no pants eyes. She's rolling in commando, dude. I mean, vulvas. Dude, when you got vulva sticking out of your
Look at her.
dress.
She sees me feeding Chico. She doesn't want to move.
I mean, come on
You
now.
gotta see this shit. I know. Here, look, you gotta see this shit. She just sitting there on the couch with the fucking dog under her chin, staring at me, watching me feed Chico. She doesn't want to leave that little puppy dog alone. That's some funny shit. She don't want to leave her baby alone. I know. She's looking at me like, you're not going to walk that bread over here to me? You're going to just sit there and feed Chico? Yeah. Here, let me see if you come and get some. Oh, look. Here she comes. Here she goes. It's over there. She's lost her mind, too.
Ladies, you know you got a guy that's full of shit if you ever do it. Just saying. A guy ever says, no, I just want to look pretty. I don't want to do shit, fine.
Oh, God.
Place for another team. I don't know. From the wine cups, they drank sweet wine, and they had a beer drinking competition. What? Dude, Inanna is the shit. Rolling over to a homeboy's crib, fucking with her shit hanging out and getting drunk. She's like, come on, bitch, I'll drink you at the table. Let's have a beer. They're shotgunning beers, and she's, she brought the fucking beer bong from the Eden, and they're just getting there. That's
partying hard.
I mean, that's a way to a man's heart right there. I mean, seriously. The chick that would always walk into the party or walk into the bar and be like, I'll drink any man here under the table. I'd be like, you're going home with me. And no, you're not going to drink me under the table. That's great. It's, show me the MEs, Anana playfully said to Enki.
Oh, shit.
Let me hold ME in my hand. 7 times in the course of the competition, Enki gave Inanna MEs to hold. The divine formulas for lordship and kingship, for priesthood and scribeship, for love dressing and for warring, MEs Enki gave to Inanna to hold. For music and singing, woodworking and metals and precious stones, 94 MEs that for civilized kingdoms are needed, Enki gave to Inanna. Holding her prizes tightly, Inanna slipped away from Enki while he was slumbering. To her boat of heaven she rushed out. To soar away, she instructed her pilot. When Enki from his slumber was awakened by Ismid, he said to Ismid, get a hold of Inanna now. When from Ismid that Inanna had already in her boat departed, Enki heard. To chase Inanna in Enki's skyship, Ismid he instructed. All the MEs you must retreat to him, he said.
No.
At the approach to Unad Key, Ismid Inanna's boat of heaven intercepted.
The problem is she just brought her puppy in.
To return to Eridu and face the wrath of Enki who made her. But when Inanna was brought back to Eridu, the MEs were with her no more. She gave them to her chambermaid,
she gave them away
Ninshubur, to the house of Anu in Unad Key. Ninshubur took them. In the name of my power, in the name of my father Anu, I command you, the MEs, to return. So Enki did angrily say to Inanna, captive in his abode, he held her.
No, Chico, that's for passes.
When Enlil heard of this, he came to Eridu to face his brother.
No.
By right, the MEs have I obtained. Enki himself in my hand placed them. So Inanna did say to Enlil, the truth of that, Enki meekly admitted. When the time term of Kishi shall be completed, to Unad Key kingship shall pass. So Enlil did declare.
Look at your baby.
When Marduk heard all of this, he was greatly enraged, and his anger knew no bounds.
Looking at it.
Enough, my humiliation has been. Marduk shouted to his father Enki. A sacred city of his own in the Eden, he forthwith demanded from Enlil. When Enlil paid no heed to Marduk's appeal, Marduk grasped his fate in his own hands.
Left. It's mine. Go get your baby.
To a place that for Anu's arrival before Unad Key was selected was considered. Nabu, the Agigi, and their offspring from the dispersed lands were summoned.
Seamus, go get your
for
baby.
Marduk,
Here he is.
in a sacred city, a place for chips, for statues. When his followers assembled at the place, stones to build with they could not find. Marduk taught them how to make bricks and burn them by fire to serve as stone.
You better bring it in here.
There at the tower,
Don't burn it here. No, don't burn it, the baby. Shit.
To thwart the plan, Enlil hurried to the place to placate Marduk with soothing words. To stop Marduk and the people in their endeavor, Enlil did not succeed.
She done straight lost her mind, dude.
In the Biru Key, Enlil, his sons and grandchildren were assembled. What to do, they all considered.
He's being good down here.
Now listen to this.
Here's his ear.
This is very interesting. This ties in with some of the work research I've done into stargates and how that ties into ancient
Yay!
Archaeological pieces found in ancient Iraq and Mesopotamia.
Bring your baby up.
This is taking
Right
place
there.
at, by the way.
Right there. Stop your barking.
And this is very interesting because it
Crazy.
says Marduk is building an unpermitted gateway to heaven and entrusting it to earthlings.
Seamus is going to get it.
So it sounds to me like Marduk is setting up a Stargate.
Yeah, he is.
That he's allowing earthlings to have knowledge of.
Mm-hmm. And again,
now that's true to me. That 100% explains why the first place we went in 2003 during the invasion of the Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian empires. So that's where we see the problem here. Okay, so Marduk was getting ready to open this Stargate, and they were having trouble because he was entrusting earthlings with the knowledge of this, and rightly so. So Enlil did say to his sons and his grandchildren, if we allow this to happen, no other matter of mankind shall be unreached.
I don't have anything.
This evil plan must be stopped, Ninurta said. All agreed with that. It was nighttime when from Nibiru Key the Enlilite Anunnaki came. From their sky ships,
you can have
they rained havoc and fire and brimstones on the rising tower.
Right now.
To the tower and the whole encampment, they brought a complete end to it. To scatter abroad the leader and his followers, Enlil thereupon decided. Henceforth, their counsels to confuse their unity to shatter Enlil decreed.
Don't even start. You ain't going to
Until now, all the earthlings had one language and spoke in a single tongue. Henceforth, their language I shall confound.
You don't see Chico freaking out, do you?
That they will not understand each other's speech. Ah, well, why is that important? Why is it important to have maybe explain the origins of language and why we've had different people speaking different languages? Does it somehow keep us as less of a threat? I don't know.
Been waiting on. You want some real meat?
In the 310th year since the count of Earth years began, all of this did happen. In each region and every land of the people had a different tongue that he made them speak.
Good boy.
A different form of writing thereafter to each was given, that one will not comprehend the other.
Is that the burger?
Ah, see, covering tracks. Very clever, not wanting people to know that people who brought knowledge and technology and all this stuff and religion to people all over the different parts of the world, that way people in the future would be confused, much in the way modern science tells us now, and so that we wouldn't believe that these came from one group of people. We would think they were all separate. That's very clever.
Trying to hide track. Using that.
23 kings did reign in Kishi. For 408 years, it was the scepter city. It was also in Kishi that a beloved king, Itana, was taken for a heavenly journey. Well, that's an interesting thing, too, isn't it? That some of these kings that are humans are allowed to go to heaven, or allowed to go through the Stargate and go to Nibiru and come back. Isn't that interesting? At the allotted time, let the kingship to Unaki be transferred, so Enlil did decree. To its soil, the heavenly bright object from Kishi was transferred. When the decision was announced to the people, they sang a hymn of exaltation to Inanna, Lady of the MEs, Queen, brightly resplendent, righteous in radiance clothed of heaven and earth, beloved, by the love of Anu consecrated, wearing great adorations. 7 times the MEs she obtained. In her hand she is holding them. For the tiara of kingship they are appropriate. For high priesthood suitable. Again, there's that mention that the priests had this power and that the priests were ordained with this power from the Anunnaki. Very interesting and very, very important in understanding the nature of the priest class and what they do and how far it goes back in our day and age.
Lady of the great enemies of them, she is the guardian. In the 409th year, after the count of Earth years began, kingship of the first region to Unaki was transferred. Its first king was the high priest of the Inanna temple abode, a son of Utu he was. As for Marduk, to the land of Two Narrows he went, to be the master of the second region once established. He expected. So
You really are.
you're sending Marduk off to another region yet again, where he's expecting to be reigning over. We'll see how that goes. Page 283. Now this is the account of how the second and third regions were
He
established,
wouldn't make it far in nature.
and how Ningazida was exiled and Uneki Arata was threatened. 283. When Marduk, after a long absence, returned to the land of the Two Narrows, he found there Ningazida as its master. Ningazida was its lofty lord. With the aid of offspring of Anunnaki who earthlings espouse, did Ningazida oversee the lands. What Marduk had once planned and instructed was overturned by Ningazida. What is it that happened?
Come in here looking at me.
Marduk demanded to know of Ningazida, of the destruction of the hidden things.
That's the good stuff.
Marduk accused Ningazida
Destruction of the hidden
of making
things.
Horon a desert place to depart, a place that now has no water, abound to a boundless place where sexual pleasures are not enjoyed. The two brothers made an uproar. They embarked upon bitterly quarreling. Pay heed, I am here in my proper place, Marduk said to Ningazida. You have been my place taker. From now on, only a deputy of mine you can be. But if to rebellion you are inclined, to another land, go away you must. For 350 Earth years, the brothers in the land of the Two Narrows did quarrel. These motherfuckers are fighting 350 years. For 350 years, the land was in chaos between the brothers. It was split. Then Enki, their father, said to Ningazida, for the sake of peace, depart to other lands. To go to a land beyond the oceans, Ningazida chose. With a band of followers there too, he went. 650 Earth years was at that time the count. But in the new domain where Ningazida, the winged serpent, was called, the winged serpent, a new count of his own began. You don't think Ningazida was...
Waddle, yeah. Fuck, go figure.
The feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, very well could have been. In the land of the Two Narrows, the second region under Marduk's lordship was established. In the annals of the first region, Magan, land of the cascading river, it was called. But by the second region's people, when the languages were confounded, there's that thing about the language again. Him-Ta, the dark brown land, it was henceforth called. The Teru, guardian watchers, the Anunnaki were called there in the new language. The Teru, the guardian, the watchers. So that's when they started becoming the watchers, huh? Now listen to this. Oh, they're talking about, I see. So they're not talking about Quetzalcoatl here. Well, no, I guess they could be because Ningazida went somewhere else. But Marduk, listen to this. Marduk as Ra was worshipped as the Bright One. Enki as Ptah, the developer, was venerated. So when they moved to this new land, this new region, Ningazida went to a land where he was called the winged serpent, or the feathered serpent, the winged serpent. So he went to probably Mexico area, South America.
And they tried to hide us from ourselves. To cover our tracks. That's how they did it.
That's what I
We were
100%
drawing
believe it
these
to be
things,
now
and they
on
didn't know
based
what
on the evidence of John Lindsay and
They took them
people
on.
looked
They
at
thought
this.
they were
It's
kings.
Aslan. That's what it is. Because Quetzalcoatl was said to have been a master of two things: alchemy and of crystals. And those are two things that we found in the rock wall that are there. And a wheel, composite wheel made of multiple different kinds of metal smelted together. Only an alchemist could have done thousands of years before mankind had the ability to do that. I held it in my hand. And the fact that the wall is held together by a substance made of crystals that has been made into geopolymers. Three different kinds of crystals, not indigenous to this area, brought together to make a polymer that holds the walls together. And yet mainstream science says it's a natural formation, but yet it's the only natural formation they've ever found like that in the world. Okay. And so he went there, and Marduk went to Egypt with Enki and the rest, and this is where we see the rise of
That's the
Egypt.
only one we've ever seen like that.
I love this because this is where we're getting into being able to for the confusion to stop. People to stop thinking that there's some separation between, and we're starting to see more and more. See, a lot of people are starting to send me a lot of emails and say, the Anunnaki is still here. They've never left. They're still running the show. And, I'm starting to see more and more evidence of that every day. That, they never left.
They didn't.
And they are the explanation for why we hit this brick wall once we keep going up and up and up the power structure, looking at who's really in control. But once we get so far up, we hit a brick wall and can't really see where this other control is. Many people, including myself, have speculated that it's coming from an other dimensional source, and that very well may be a part of it. I think that is a part of it as far as their rituals and the stuff that they practice. But it very well could be that this power goes to a much larger source, and it's these Anunnaki that are still here. I mean, there's all kinds of shit in China, man. I'm sorry, nothing against you if you're Chinese out there. I have nothing against Chinese people at all, but I have to say, China, of all the places in the fucking world, if I was in charge, first fucking thing I'd do is send a neutron bomb into fucking China. Fuck China. God damn, fuck China. They got pyramids and shit there, man, that were, these giant pyramids that they planted trees on. Ancient pyramids they've never allowed anybody to investigate. They won't allow anybody in there to check them out. And, the Chinese people, they actually believe, like, no shit, that their ancient ancestor, which seeded on the Chinese people, was a fucking winged serpent. I'm not shitting you, a female dragon serpent thing with a female head that flew. And they say that all their descendants came from that. I'm not shitting you. They really believe that. And they've got areas in there that we can't get into. Pyramids, we can't see that they're burying under trees that they've planted on top of it. They're covering up archaeological sites. Why? What's there? What are they afraid of?
Bigger than Giza.
So this is interesting. Marduk is Ra, the bright one was worshipped. Enki as Ptah, the developer, was venerated.
Hi, Kelly.
Ningazito as Tahuti. So Ningazito is Tahuti. Wow, that's amazing. The divine measure was recalled to erase his memory. Oh, listen to this. So we heard earlier about Inanna. Was it Inanna that had it carved the face of Inanna into the stone lion? To erase his memory, Ra on the stone lion replaced his image with that of his son Asar. So that explains why the face of the Sphinx appears to have had modifications done to it. To count by tens, not by 60, Ra made the people. The year he also divided by tens. The watching of the moon by the watching of the sun he replaced. Whereas under the lordship of Tahuti, the olden city of the north and the city of the south were reestablished. Well, this goes to explain, I mean, if this is what they're saying is true, then, I mean, that's it for me. Civil Hathor, Dendera, Luxor, the Great Pyramids. I mean, there's no question. Like, if you watch that documentary I was talking about last night, the revelation of the pyramids, there's just no question that there was high technology made. And they've talked about the high technology they've used many times through these texts. I don't know how much more you need. Oh, all those symbols and all that stuff. That was all just symbolic stuff. They're blah blah. No. I never believed that. Never believed that in school. I spoke up about that and got in trouble and got called names.
Well, Josh, we
and I'm
deciphered
so fucking proud of my past self. My future self, present self is very proud of my past self for, actually speaking my mind about that when I was in school and saying, you know what? I don't think that that's symbolic. Oh, you're a weirdo. You're an idiot.
Well,
I never believed those things.
The whole snake thing is the knowledge of the snake. It's inky.
I don't know why instinctively always just knew that.
Everything else is in real life.
They were talking about real things that looked like that.
But now they got Nergal and fucking Marduk. They're brothers. They're fighting now.
United into one crown. A king and offspring of Neteru, an earthling, he there appointed. Mina was his name. Mina, as in Mina, Arkansas, where we chipped all the coke. Okay. Where the two lands meet and the great river divides, a scepter city Ra established. Splendor to surpass Kishi in the first region he gave it. Mina Nefer, Mina's beauty it was called. To honor his elders, Ra built a holy city. To honor Nibiru's king, Anu, he named it. And also, here's another in your face. Also in your face of all those cocksuckers out there in Radio Land, hosts and other researchers who tried to tell me for years that the Ankh from Egypt didn't have anything to do with the Anunnaki. The origins of your cross, all your religious symbology, from the Pope's fish hat to his staff with his
Ankh is a magnet signature.
It all goes back to the Anunnaki.
Of a Earth style magnet.
Therein on the platform, a temple of
we've seen that.
For his father, Enki Ptah erected.
I broke that down.
Its head
Earth,
within a
Mars,
high tower.
Ra has a
skyward
couple.
Like a sharp rocket.
The horse got one.
In its shrine, Ra, the upper part of his celestial barge, he departed.
I think the other ones
he
are moons.
Part of his fucking spaceship in one of these things in Egypt, huh? Well, how long ago was it when we excavated the Great Pyramids? Well, that was, in the expanse of history, not a long time ago. They were buried in sand for years. There's more down there. Maybe that's what Zawas has been hiding all this time.
Imagine that.
Ben.
The whole fucking complex down there. The one
in which he had traveled from the planets for countless years. On the day of the new year, the king, as high priest,
I believe Horus is going to suck our
set
black like sackcloth.
On that day only, alone, the innermost star before the Ben offerings he put.
Oh, boy.
To benefit the second region, Ptah to Ra gave all manner of MEs. What do I know that you do not know? The father asked his son. Then all manner of knowledge he gave to Ra, except that of reviving the dead. So there you go. See, now we had this evidence. We talked about this. Remember earlier in the book we had the reading where one of them was on Mars, and that was why they carved the face on Mars. And that area known as Cydonia, which also is where the cradle of civilization, also on a 33rd degree parallel, also known as Cydonia, was. And that they had brought him back to life using this technology.
I'm going to get your baby.
Now we're starting to see what all of this life after death stuff and mummification and stuff in Egypt was really about, aren't we? So he can.
Fucking unbelievable. Something's wrong with this dog. Look at this shit. She's just sitting there whining because her baby. You're drawing attention to your baby. You want me to get your baby? Is that your baby? Is that your baby? No, are you gonna growl at me? You gonna growl at me? I go get it. It's my baby. It's my baby. It's my baby. Oh, it's mine. It's my baby. Like, wait a baby.
Mine as well.
Uh-oh. Oh, man. No, get it. Don't take that shit. I'll get it. Get him. She's sitting here guarding her baby. She's neurotic about that. Oh, it's my baby now! I'm gonna get God! She said right into it. It's like mine. All right, no. Please. No, God. Oh. That's it. I know. She's slightly neurotic. Yeah, their names have been changed throughout a whole bunch of different times. That's what kills me about these stories. You can hear the original stories in them, or the ones you heard before. This is the original stories all the way back. It's like, holy crap!
Inky gave Ra, or now
pretty
Ptah.
crazy.
Inky is now taking the name of Ptah. Gave all the knowledge that he had to Ra, except that of reviving the dead.
Oh God!
As a great one of the 12 celestials, Ptah allotted to Ra the constellation sign of the Ram.
Ra gets
Again, they mentioned earlier that the first, or in the book, or in the week also, we read that the Ram, Taurus, was the first sign that mankind entered into, the first age that mankind entered into when Earth years started to be counted.
Mm-hmm.
The water flow of Happy, the land's great river, Ptah for Ra, regulated for his people. Abundance in the fertile soils quickly came, man and cattle proliferated. By the success of the second region, the leaders were encouraged. The third region they proceeded to establish.
Put it around here somewhere.
To make it a domain of Inanna, as she was promised, they decreed. So now we're going to the Indus Valley region, where our great listener Zohair had sent us some stuff from. As befits the mistress of the region, a celestial constellation was assigned to her.
They're still here.
Beforehand, with her brother Utu, the station of the twins she shared. Henceforth,
That's how they
as a
keep
gift from
humanity
the
divided,
Narshad,
you bet.
her constellation of maiden to Inanna was allotted. In the 860th year, according to the Earth year count, Inanna was so honored. Far away in the eastern lands beyond Seven Mountain Ranges.
Furthermore, the zodiac only exists for one purpose: to tell you who's ruling over you. Mm-hmm. And they've gotten pretty good at it.
Was the third region. Zamush.
Although I've never been very afraid of
stones,
anything and hard to control.
In its
I like reading books.
realm, it was called.
I imagine everybody
Arata,
else here probably got a little bit of that in common.
Was in the valley of a meandering great river. In the Great Plain, the people cultivated crops.
Reading is fundamental, right?
And grains and herded horned cattle. There too were two cities with mud bricks that they built, with granaries they were filled. As by Enlil's decree required, the Lord Enki, Lord of Wisdom. As for the third region, they devised a change of tongue, a change of language.
Mm-hmm.
A new kind of writing signs he fashioned for it. A tongue of man heretofore unknown for Arata, Enki with his wisdom created. But the Emmys of civilized kingdoms for the third region, Enki did not give. Let Inanna, for what Unagi had obtained, share with the new region, Enki did declare. He said, bitch ain't getting no more of my shit. She done bust up in here and took all my shit. I'm not giving her any more.
Sure got 97 of them.
Scrape up that shit the other bitch took and lost. She ain't getting no more shit from me. Enki's a pimp, dude. His pimp grip is hard. He just puts it down, dude. He goes around pouring semen where he wants to, comes back and says, bitch, you better have my money. He's a pimp, dude. I'm telling you.
Well,
in Arata Inanna, a shepherd chief appointed, akin to her beloved
what was his
Demuzi
fucking name?
In her skyship from Unaki to Arata, Inanna journeyed over mountains and valleys. She flew. The precious stones of Zamush she cherished. Pure lapis lazuli with her to Unaki she carried. At that time, the king in Unaki was Imerkar, the second one to reign therein. He was.
He was an Anunnaki.
It was he who expanded the boundaries of Unaki.
At least a half-breed.
Was exalted by its glories. It was he who the wealth of Arata coveted. To be the
that doesn't make them all bad.
Commander over Arata.
I am too. I'm his bloodline.
In Merkar, an emissary dispatched as a tribute.
I'm not all bad.
Riches.
Don't hate him
so
just because he
we're going to go ahead and
doesn't fit what they told you he was. He was a
over 7 mountain ranges through parched lands and then soaked by rains. The emissary went to Arata.
Yeah, that's the whole conclusion there. We're them, they are us.
He repeated.
But they've got a bloodline.
His language, the king of Arata, was unable to understand. Like the bray of a donkey, its sound was. Can't understand a goddamn word. A wooden scepter was inscribed with a message the king of Arata gave to the emissary. To share Unaki's Emmys with Arata, the king's message was requested. As a royal gift to Unaki, grains were loaded onto donkeys with the emissary to Unaki. They went. When in Merkar the inscribed scepter received its message in Unaki, no one understood. He brought it forth from light to shade. He brought it forth from shade to light. What kind of wood is this? He asked. And then ordered to have it planted in the garden. Bud. After 5 years, after 10 years had passed,
I don't know who you are.
Grew from the scepter.
Keep that in mind. I don't know what you're talking about.
A shade tree.
I asked you a fucking question.
What
now you want to kill yourself?
Ilmerker, in frustration, asked Utu, his grandfather. With heavenly Nisaba, the mistress of scribes and writings, Utu interceded. On a clay tablet, his message to inscribe Nisaba and Markar.
Remember the young kid I told you that come with this Adam guy?
By the hand of his son Bando, the message was delivered.
And him and Adam got in some kind of fight. I don't even know Adam or this guy.
By Inanna, Arata
and now he's like,
abandoned.
You all have
sent
me into a world of torment. Neither side do I
warfare,
even want.
Desires. Let one warrior meet one warrior in combat. Oh, little mano a mano, huh? Little man-to-man combat.
Let me help you. There's called a block button.
Better yet, let us
you lost this side. Go
let us peaceably exchange treasure. Let Unaki exchange its enemies for Arata's riches.
I don't even know this fucking guy. I don't need this
On the way back, carrying the peace message, Banda fell sick and his spirit left him. His comrades raised his neck. Without breath of life, it was. On Mount Purim, on the way from Arata to his death, Banda was abandoned.
Actually,
the riches of Arata, Unaki did not receive.
And I said, I'm his bloodline.
The enemies of Unaki, Arata
according to
did
what
not
I've
obtain.
found,
Well, then where did they
negative.
Go?
But that don't make us all bad.
And they didn't get the riches.
It's what's in your heart, not what's in your blood.
And in the third region, civilized mankind did not fully blossom. So that's the end there of the 12th tablet. We're now to the synopsis of the 13th tablet.
What, you're feeling butthurt? Why did I just block you?
For the gods, demigod serves as kings and priests. And
that ain't you, is it?
Demigod stuff next. So
I can't.
Good stuff there, man. Oh man, oh man. This is just reading this. It just gives you a whole new context.
God,
it does for me anyway. In the third region,
no, look,
civilized.
me and homeboy had gotten into an argument because I told you these guys are like they're from the Muslim persuasion, and this young kid has some kind of sheik or some shit. You don't care? Okay. Anyway, they're fucking the sheik is telling them only I know because I'm like 40th bloodline of the fucking super sheik. I don't know how it works. Just saying. And this guy's like, he's telling them, don't listen to these guys, you're gonna be misdirected. And I said, look, dude, the only thing I've been doing is pointing at the fucking moon. I didn't tell you to listen to me or anybody. I said, I don't give a fuck who that guy is. I said, I do have one question. If he's such a fucking religious leader, why ain't he telling his flock about the moon doing cartwheels? Next thing I know, I'm getting this. All right. Now you talk. I don't know what's happened between you and Adam, but because he came at me the other day. Hey, la la la. Anyway, he blocked. That's just fucking crazy. I don't need any of that shit.
She neglected other domains not granted to her.
No, I'm just
in her heart.
I didn't think it was. I'm just saying.
We're from Uniki at the count
I wasn't talking to you,
Lewis.
I didn't think it was. I didn't even see you there. Hi.
To foresee the calamity by the end of the next millennium, and who could have prevented the disaster?
No, I don't, because that guy wouldn't be talking about Jesus. Like, no,
one shar,
it's not.
A calamity
it's none of you.
Would befall, who could foretell?
He's a young kid.
By Inanna was the bitter end started.
Adam's a little intense, and I'm not sure what the hell's going on between them, and I don't care.
Now becoming Raw.
Like he said he doesn't want any. I read that, and I was like, oh, hey, I know how to help the guy out. I don't want any of that shit either. He's blocked. See, problem solved.
That's interesting. If they delivered the unspeakable end with their own hands, why did the Assyrians have giant depictions of Nurgle outside of their temple? That's kind of scary. Why was Inanna
I'm just
not satisfied with her granted
obvious domain? And
and why did she remain unforgiving?
I ain't treating him no different than anybody else.
Journeying between
he came at me.
And
he did. He's the one that I said, "What? You want to fire? You challenging me?" That little kid. That's the same guy.
She's still more.
And he was like, "No, I just want to talk to you because it's your right brother." And I'm all like, "Yeah."
She flew about in the
and now they're fighting.
Image, she saw shimmering and beckoning. In the nighttime, in dream visions, he appeared.
Have fun over here.
I will return, he was saying. The glories of his domain in the lard of the land. It says lard. That's obviously misprint because they said it was the land.
Well, these guys are obviously letting their religion get to them.
That's what it says here on my copy. So
something. I don't, like I said, I don't even want it.
The lard of the two narrows. The glories of his domain in the land of the two narrows to her he was promising. In the sacred precinct.
Yeah, he was. So what?
For nighttime she established.
And
to this King Anu young heroes.
It's okay.
Of their
still
weddings,
brother in creation, right?
Words. Long life, a blissful future to them.
Born here on earth.
She imagined that they were her lover, Demuzi.
That would make him an earthling.
Each one in the morning in her bed was found dead. This bitch is running some fucking Black Widow shit now.
She is. She's after Demuzi.
She makes and she kills.
She's dreaming of Demuzi killing these fuckers in their sleep. Fucking psycho Anunnaki woman.
It was at that time that the hero Ganda left for dead returned alive to Unaki. By the grace of Utu, of whose seed he was, did Banda return from the dead.
He was good. You know, he wanted to hook us up
miracle.
with some knowledges and
Excited,
shit.
Nana shouted.
And he
beloved
helped me
Dumuzi
piece
came
it
back to
together
me. Now, wait a
all
minute
these
here.
years
Back up
later.
just a second. Back up. What did we just read here? This bitch is going off talking about dreaming about Dumuzi, and this fool's coming and visiting her in her dreams, right? She goes and lures in
dang. Go, Robert.
Jigunu,
Kick that ass.
young heroes, young
Personally, I'm having problems
lads,
lifting myself today.
has intercourse with them, closes her eyes and dreams she's getting pounded by
Robert's over
Dumuzi.
here making muscles. I'm all like, oh, fuck, I can't even move.
Bangs all these guys. They all turn up dead in her bed the next day. And then the next thing you know, Dumuzi's coming back.
Yep, Dumuzi's back.
So either one or two things are happening here. Either she's confused.
She's fucking confused, dude.
And she's been hitting the wacky tobacco. And she's confused and she thinks this fool is Dumuzi when he ain't.
He ain't.
Or she's sucking the life force out of people.
No.
And, you know,
she's fucking
bringing him back
nuts,
to life.
dude.
This is bizarre.
He's fucking whack.
By the grace of Utu, of whose seed he was, did Banda from the dead return. A miracle, a miracle. Excited Anana shouted, my beloved Dumuzi has come back to me. In her abode, Banda was bathed with a sash.
No, it shouldn't hurt to fly.
On him was fastened. Dumuzi, my beloved, she called him. Oh, yeah, see, she's confused. She thinks this fool is
You may be
Dumuzi,
able
and
to.
he's not.
Cosme.
To her bed with flowers bedecked, she lured him. When in the morning Banda was alive with joy, Anana shouted. The power of not dying in my hands was placed. Immortality by me is granted. Then to call herself a goddess, Inanna decided. The power of immortality it implied. Nanar and Ningal, Inanna's parents, by her proclamation, were not pleased. Enlil and Ninurta, by Inanna's words, were disconcerted. Utu, her brother, was bemused. It is not possible to revive the dead, Enki and Anarshik said to each other. Well, see, that's funny because that's a lie. Because Enki sure knows that that's possible. That's Anunnaki technology. They have the technology to do that. But
so
they
do
also
we.
said that they were not going to grant that
called a
technology
defibrillator
to mankind. You see?
Called defibrillator.
In the lands of Ki and Gi, the people praised their good fortune.
He read exactly how it works.
The gods are among us. Death they can
It's a
abolish. So the
defibrillator.
people said to each other.
Oh, I don't know.
On the throne of Unaki,
Josh
Banda, his father,
doesn't pick up very
in Murkar
fast.
succeeded. Lugal, great man, his title was. The goddess Ninsun of Enlil seed took him to be her spouse. The hero Gilgamesh was their son.
Uh-oh.
On the throne of Unaki, Lugal Banda followed. As the years passed and Gilgamesh grew older, of life and death to his mother Ninsum he spoke. About the death of his forebears. Though of Anunnaki descended, he wondered. Do gods die? He asked his mother. Shall I too, though 2/3 divine, as a mortal over the wall climb? So to her he said, as long as on earth you abide, the death of an earthling will overwhelm you. As long as they stay on earth, they're dead. But if they go to another planet, they can live long. You think the elite running the show today and running all this space program stuff don't know that, folks? But if to Nibiru you shall be taken, long life therein you will attain. To take Gilgamesh aloft and journey to Nibiru, Ninsun to Utu, the commander, appealed. Endlessly, Ninsun appealed to Utu. She pleaded day after day with him. let Gilgamesh go to the landing place. Utu in the end agreed. To guide and protect him, the Narshak a double of Gilgamesh fashion. Just like that, huh? Just like that. All right, let me make you a clone real quick to protect you. Here you go. Yeah, we got a clone machine over here. Now that's interesting because to me that's what we see depicted in the Temple of Hathor at Dendera in Egypt. These giants standing next to regular Egyptians.
Yeah, I don't even squash
holding
bugs
these
anymore.
these big like vessels, these big long, round cylindrical objects that are creating material plane objects. They show one depicting a snake with a lotus bud coming out of it, and then it becomes the Uraeus. And when you look at the relief,
damn it,
they're showing how they can create genetic copies of anything, of any material creature. And to me, that's exactly what they're describing. I mean, this guy just, here you go, to guide and protect you. We're going to fashion you a
soul-sucking Planet of the Captives. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good way to say it.
Enkidu, as by Enki created, he was called. Enkidu. Enkidu. And of a womb, he was not born. Blood was not in his veins.
He was cloned of Gilgamesh.
With the comrade Enkidu Gilgamesh, Enkidu traveled to the landing place with Gilgamesh. Utu oversaw his progress with oracles. At the entrance to the cedar forest, its fire-belching monster blocked their way. They confused the monster and broke it to pieces. So there's some kind of another interesting thing.
This is a heavenly fucking bull.
There's fire-breathing dragons living back in these times.
Heavenly bull. God.
With the secret entrance to the tunnels of the Anunnaki, they found. By the bull of heaven, a creature of Enlil, they were challenged with deathly snort. So right there, again, that's what they've talked about. We've seen this is where the stories of things like the Pegasus and the Centaur and the Minotaur and all this stuff come from. Is that not only were they doing genetic manipulations and stuff with existing humans and stuff like that, they were making all kinds of strange animals as well. And it's said that that Saddam Hussein had back engineered something like this, these crazy crab monster things, and that was what they were actually referring to when they were referring to weapons of mass destruction. Made sense. I mean, that's right where, Christ, he was getting ready to rebuild Nebuchadnezzar's palace. It's the heart of the area we're talking about right here, folks. To the gates of Unag-Ki, the monster chased them. At the city's ramparts by Enkidu, it was smitten. When Enlil heard this, he cried with agony. In the heavens of Anu, his wailing was heard. For in his heart, Enlil knew well. Bad indeed was the omen. For having slain the bull of heaven, to perish in waters, Enkidu was punished. Gilgamesh, having by Ninsun and Utu been instructed of the slaying, was absolved. Still, seeking the long life of Nibiru, Gilgamesh was permitted to proceed to the place of the chariots by Utu. After
we got hit by a
adventures
wave of
in the
something.
land of Tilman, he reached the fourth region.
Picked up density.
Through its subterranean tunnels, he proceeded in a garden of precious stones. Zasudra he met.
Not much.
The events of the deluge, Gilgamesh related to Zasudra. The secret of long living to Gilgamesh he revealed. A plant in the garden's well was growing. Zasudra and his spouse said that it prevented them from getting old. Unique of all the plants on earth it was. By it, a man can regain full vigor. Man at old age is young again. That is the plant's name, Zasudra said to Gilgamesh. Man at old age is young again.
Man at old age is young again. I need to get me some of that.
We need to find some of that, don't we? Man at old age is young again. We need to get some more sleuths to figure that out. Anybody out there got any ideas? Figure out what fucking plant this is? Probably fucking wacky tobacco. It's probably marijuana.
Probably.
Man, old age is young again. Fuck yeah. When Conjure fires up a joint, his arthritis ain't gonna be hurt, and that's for damn sure. This is the plant's name, Zisidra to Gilgamesh said, a gift to Enki. With Enlil's blessing on the Mount of Salvation, it was granted to us. When Zisidra and his spouse were asleep, Gilgamesh tied stones to his feet. He dived into the well, and he grasped and uprooted the plant of being young again. With the plant in his satchel through the tunnels, he hurried. To Unaki, he made his way. When he tired and was asleep, a snake was attracted by the plant's fragrance. The snake snatched the plant from the sleeping Gilgamesh and vanished with it. Oh, man, that's not symbolic, is it? He's asleep with the elixir for immortality, and the serpent rolls up and takes it. Womp, womp. Oh, no. Nothing symbolic there. Go back to sleep. Oh, my God. It's totally a metaphor for the brotherhood of the snake, the brotherhood of the serpent. Mankind is seeking to take this stuff in secret, but man himself wanted to keep this from man so he could gain total control. That about brings us up to date right there, doesn't it, Johnny? Thank you. Well, in the morning, when he discovered his loss, Gilgamesh
all roads
sat
lead to
and
Rome.
wept.
Still.
To Unaki, empty-handed, he returned. As a mortal therein, he died. 7 more kings in Unaki after Gilgamesh reigned. Then its kingship came to an end.
They're the front men. They ain't the ones that pull strings.
When the count of 1,000 years was completed, it was. To Urim, the city of Nanar and Ningal, was kingship of the first region transferred. To all these matters that in the other regions were occurring, Marduk gave much heed.
But they're the ones I can prove by contract.
By Inanna's dreams and visions,
manipulate things
to
around the globe.
Dumuzi's domain, she was alluding. Ra was very disturbed. To counteract Inanna's schemes of expansions, he was determined. And the matters of resurrection and immortality he found much to ponder. The thought of divine godship to him greatly appealed.
That cause it.
To be a great god himself, he announced. By what to Gilgamesh in good measure an earthling was permitted, Ra was angered.
We are discussing it right now. Actually, we're listening
to it. Loyalty of kings and people, he deemed it to retain. If demigods are shown the gateway to immortality, then let this apply to the kings of my region. So did Marduk in the second region by the name Ra, known to himself.
What kind of stuff you got, Robert?
Let the kings of my region of Neteru be offspring to Nibiru in an afterlife journey. So did Ra in his realm decree.
I mean, I've made several videos. The Anunnaki lies exposed.
Well, there you go.
The lies of the Anunnaki.
Facing eastward. So
Red and blue division will kill you.
Telling them how to journey the afterlife, how to gain immortality.
I made a few videos about these cats.
To the prescribes a long book he dictated. It described the afterlife journey in detail. Yeah, that's
nice. I just started.
There it is. Bam. How to reach the Duat.
I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
The Duat was a book.
Listening to the cuneiform and reading
the celestial boats in the book was.
I've read all these tablets.
How to there by a stairway to heaven. Journey to the imperishable
planet. I read
the
Lamentations of Ur.
To partake of the plant of life and to drink with satiation the waters of youth.
That's what I tell people.
Of the coming
like,
of the gods to
I've read a lot of these texts.
The priests were taught.
I'd rather listen to Sitchin's take on it.
Gold is the splendor of life to them, he said. Because
they do. They
the gods it is.
Fucking kills you.
Ra said.
And you know it's true.
Expeditions to
every fucking time they run into somebody, they gotta repeat that whole paragraph of what they're fucking talking about exactly the way it was. And then you're sitting there and you're reading it, and it's like, Well, not a fucking word changed in that paragraph, and then they go on with the story, and then they meet somebody else, and then that whole paragraph again. And it's like, oh fuck. Just very repetitive in their story writing.
To the Amzu and the lower domain to obtain gold, he instructed the kings. When by the force of weapons the kings of Ra did not conquer their lands, his brothers' realms he invaded. Their ire he caused to arise and grow. What is Marduk up to? The brothers asked each other, that he tramples over us. They appealed to their father Enki. To Ptah, his father Ra did not listen. To capture all adjoining lands, the kings of Magan and Mohula Ra directed. To be the master of the 4 regions with his heart's plan.
I didn't say you were
the earth
disrespectful.
is mine to rule.
I was
So
just talking
adamantly
to you
his
about
father,
it.
he
You said you know some stuff.
And the next part
I
is, now
assumed
this
you
is the
meant
account of how Marduk
something
and
about what we're
Marduk
listening
Supreme
to.
himself declared and Babili built. So Marduk, that's amazing. So he sets up shop in Egypt as Ra.
This isn't Egyptian.
And then trots up back over to Mesopotamia and sets up
2
Babylon,
different worlds.
Or Babili, as they refer to it here. That's amazing. So page 296, the top of 296, that means that, to me, that answers the entire question of the thesis that William Bramley put forward with his book, The Gods of Eden. His question when he started researching that book and trying to find out all the things that he subsequently found out was the origins of war. Well, baby, I don't think it comes any more clear than that. We only know war because the people who set up the first civilizations on this earth embedded war into our genetic memory and into our DNA because they were warring with each other over who was going to rule parts of the earth. And I think it's still very much going on today. Really. And the citizens and the regular people who don't have access to the higher knowledge of the gods and the priests are just pawns and cannon fodder as much today and as much in the days of the Egyptians and the Sumerians as they are now.
They've been here for longer than that.
So if we
300,000 or
now
400,000, I'd imagine.
What's been the cause of this?
Since the Cretaceous boundary happened anyway.
We can now say no more. We're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to kill each other anymore. We're not going to have wars anymore at the expense of these.
When they trapped us in the void, that reverse polarity at full speed knocked Mama out and these caused the Cretaceous boundary.
They're in charge now.
Then they came down.
This is the reason why the world is the way it is today, and why we have the elite, the New World Order, and the Illuminati, this running stuff.
Then they found
it's all because of this and these people and what they brought to us here.
What do you want?
And we have become the byproduct.
Well, you can do it. Tell me you can't. Yeah, there you go.
Of an industrialist species. We're the byproduct.
What you doing, buddy?
Of a race of peoples who fucked their planet up so bad with nuclear war and destruction and hierarchy of power and these hereditary dictatorships. They fucked it up so bad, they came down here to Earth, did some genetic tinkering with existing things, created us, and have come down here and set up shop and fuck things up here on this planet so their progeny.
Oh my God, your daddy hates you.
As of the macrocosm, so virus can fuck it all up again the same way they did. And that's what this book was, these writings and these tablets were supposed to be.
Famous.
A historical record of the people who put us here for the children of mankind, the future of mankind, so that we know, oh my God, this is what got us here, and this is what we need to do, take steps to not allow any of this to happen.
Hey, kid!
This is why
Chico's in here so cold he's shaking. He's just shaking. He's like, I'm so cold.
This is why they've given you the Quran.
Oh, he's got to poop.
This is why they've given you the Torah and whatever else it may be, and not this.
He's got to poop.
Because
he's got to poop.
Be about
Chico's got to poop.
Go poop. It's got to be about control, and it's because
go poop. Go tell me. Say, I got to poop. I got poop. What are you doing off the bed? You're confused. You're not allowed over there. You can't turn around, Chico. What are you doing? What are you doing? You got poop? You got poop? Don't you got poop? Who told you you got poop? You go tell him. You go tell him you got poop. Have you ever been high as fuck? He's a little booger. I got poop. You got poop. You got poop. You might have a heart attack. Have you ever been high as fuck? Fucking Chico can't stand it. Where did he go? There he is. So I got poop. The fuck out of here, Patches. You gonna come barking at me? Go, I got poop. I got poop, Daddy. I got poop. Finally decide to go in the I'm gonna go. Oh, I wish I could. Give it another day, I'll be up to the rest of the rain. Should have bought some juice and snacks, but you were too high. Thinking about ketchup chips, and for some reason the game Battleship. You start thinking about how fun it was to play games like Battleship when you're a kid. We still play Battleship. We forget how to play. I still play Battleship. So you say, guess what? I'm going to make up a game right now, and it involves a baseball bat and a porcupine, and I'm going to try to kill a porcupine with a baseball bat. But then you don't know where to find the porcupine, so you go on eBay and you do a search, but people don't sell porcupines on the internet. And you say, you know what? You got me cornered again. I'm going to roll another joint. It's alright, Robert. Look, the creator of all told them to get the fuck out of here how many times, man, and they keep killing us. I don't think it's a coincidence we got all this information this time for nothing, bro. Creators had enough.
The two.
Creators just had enough.
Now this is the account of how Marduk, supreme being himself, declared and built the Deili, and how Inanna, warrior kings, commanding, made blood flow and allowed sacrileges. So see, now we're getting into how Inanna, through her greed, started bringing about the.
And it ain't enough of them he's had. It's enough of the division. You know, that's the whole thing. Creator, I mean, their whole planet can be healed by their hearts too, not our gold. And they didn't have this information that we've had uncovered. And I think that there's a reason for that it's given to us so fucking they can make this change back to the way the things are supposed to be. I'm pretty sure that's the track we're on. Hopefully nobody gets destroyed. Hopefully.
Blood sacrifice. Again, yet another thing that was introduced to us by these so-called extraterrestrial gods. After kingship to Urim and from Unaki was transferred, Nanar and Ningal smiled on the people. As his rank of 30 befitting as the god of the moon, Nanar was worshipped. Well, as the count of the moon in the months of the year, 12 festivals each year he decreed. To each of the 12 great Anunnaki, a month and its festival were dedicated. Throughout the first region to the Anunnaki gods, great and lesser ones. Shrines and sanctuaries were built. The people could directly pray to their gods. Now see, that's where we start to see this changing around. Because even the Anunnaki themselves refer to the creator of all things, and they talk about how sometimes some of the things that happened to them could only have happened if they were decreed by the creator of all. So what we see here is not only that they are admitting that there is a creator and of all things, but they're also admitting that they themselves are portraying themselves to the humans as being gods as well. So right there, that's a very, very important admission. Shrines and sanctuaries being built all over the world so that people could directly pray for their gods. Now, to me, this coinciding with the first occurrence of Inanna bringing blood sacrifice to humans is a very, very interesting thing. That's where we see direct evidence that blood worship, blood sacrifice, things like what the Mayans did and other groups, other tribes, and what we even see in warfare today, like we talked about last night with John D. and the macrobes, we start to see that these two things go hand in hand. The setting up of religion, the deifying of the Anunnaki, of these extraterrestrials as gods themselves, while at the same time also bringing about blood sacrifice. And this goes a long way towards trying to find out and really understanding where the origins of the elite, the New World Order, and the Illuminati really come from. And, the blood and think about Catholicism. You take in the blood of Christ, the body of Christ. That's blood ritual. That's the taking into the body. So where do you think that came from? That came from these people.
Mm-hmm. It did, Chico.
In the first region, civilization from Ki Engi spread to other neighboring lands. In the cities of Man, local rulers were designated as righteous shepherds. Artisans and farmers, shepherds and weavers exchanged their products far and wide.
He's mine.
Laws of justice were decreed. Contracts of trade and espousal and divorce were honored.
Maybe he's hiding me.
In schools, the young ones studied. Scribes and hymns and wisdom they recorded. Abundance and happiness were in the lands, but quarrels and encroachments were also there. All the while, Inanna in her skyship roamed from land to land near the upper sea with the Utu she frolicked. To the domain of her uncle Ishkur she went. Dudu, beloved, she called him. To the people who in the upper plain of the two rivers dwelt, Inanna took a liking.
I got most of mine pulled.
The sound of their tongue she found pleasant, and she learned to speak their language.
I should go pick up my dentures.
By the name of the planet Lamu, which we know as Mars, in their tongue, they called her Ishtar. And there again, another thing that some people have problems wrapping their mind around. Inanna, Ishtar, Columbia, Queen Semiramis, it's all the same thing. That's why Enki and Ea and Zeus and Quetzalcoatl, all these things are just different names for the same thing.
I got pretty healthy gums. It's my teeth.
It really, her city, in a key they called, Dudu as Adad, in their language they pronounced, Adad. Sin, Lord of Oracles, her father they named. Urim city was by them was called Ur. That's where the ziggurat Ur was built. So this is right there. This is definitely, as we know, the upper plain where the two rivers dwelt. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, between the land between two rivers, the city between two rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates. That's where Inanna took to liking. And that's why we see, like Zohair sent us from Pakistan, those pictures. And Inanna, that's what that fucking alien pincher crap thing coming out of that rock represents.
She's out there whining.
And here it is. I mean, setting up that's so interesting to me that the deification of gods and blood sacrifice all just happened to happen there in that area of the Middle East that is so famed in biblical.
Yeah, I would get them fuckers pulled.
Shamash, bright sun in their tongue, they called Utu, and him too they worshipped. Enlil, by them Father Elil he was called, Father Elil. Nippur by them was Nibiru Ki. Ki Engi, land of the lofty watchers. Shumir in their language was named. Sumir, Shumir, Shumer, Samaria. In Shumir, the first region, kingship between the cities was rotated. In the second region, Egypt, diversity was not permitted by Ra. He wished to reign alone in the region. The eldest of heaven, firstborn who was on earth, thus by the priest to be known, he wanted. So there is
I'm listening
Marduk,
too. I just don't understand what you're trying to say.
Ra. And where do you think Ra came from? Amen Ra.
That's what I'm saying.
Full name, Amen Ra.
It's probably your own body healing itself.
When you say amen,
ain't no Anunnaki.
What do you think the origin of that was? When you say, every time you say amen, you are giving thanks to Ra or Marduk, the Anunnaki god.
You're the healer.
And what coincidentally enough did Amen Ra also bring in? Anybody? Monotheism. The basis of Judaism, the basis of Christianity, the basis of Islam. And boy, it just happened to be in that area in the Middle East. God, that's just a coincidence. Amen Ra was the founder of monotheism, the idea of one God and to worship one God alone. Oh, I mean, that is the proof. Only someone who wanted to be a God would do that, because you notice that in the Bible, it's always talking about plurals.
That's got to be driving you nuts. It's almost
Man was
driving
made in
me
their
nuts.
image. Well, whose image?
Fucking dog.
That's plural. So he wanted to make sure that the priest,
I am fixing to go take myself
who would
a
take
hot
over
bath,
power after, I guess after these, there were no more of these Anunnakis left. But the priest,
I'm making
he wanted to make
green
sure the
butter
priest
tomorrow.
knew that he was the firstborn.
I don't have any oxygen, or I mean, I
and
got
is the
oxygen.
eldest
I don't have any
person that is
propane.
left that came from heaven.
I ain't getting
What
no
they refer
fucking
to as heaven
propane.
is their planet
No
Nibiru.
gas station tomorrow or not. I'm waiting for
Isn't
my
that
co-op
something?
open.
All these years, all these Christians, I hope when I die, I go to heaven. I hope when I die, I go to that alien planet. Your grandmama's not around with us anymore, son. She went to Nibiru. Yeah, it's going to be a long flight, but she's going to be all right, baby. She's not in pain anymore.
The doctors are stunned.
Grandma went to Nibiru, baby. It's all right. Jesus.
Did you explain to him that it's nothing?
The foremost from the earliest times.
Nothing magical.
So
it's
he
magnet.
agreed in the hymns to be called Lord of eternity, he who everlastingness has made, presiding over all gods. Again, this is Marduk, Amen Ra, declaring this. The one who is.
Am I taking orders for green butter? What?
The soul, meaning I'm the only one. I'm it. Don't worship anything but me. I'm the one God. You don't need anything else. I represent the
Have a good night,
I am
Carol.
the Son of God.
I can see where we're at on
the
this
real
thing.
God couldn't be here. His Holy Majesty, the big kahuna.
We are on
he said,
part 12. Well, we are almost at the end of this. So we've got probably another hour left of the Lost Book of Inky. Then I think we'll do the end of days right after. Might work our way around tablets of Thoth again soon. There's a couple other ones I want to put in the mix. I've got saved on here. No. You just live. Really? Oh. An evil motherfucker that wouldn't hurt a fly. That's a good evil motherfucker right there. Y'all have a good night. I will see you tomorrow. You can get us about 2 pounds of butter and work it out in a pan. Show y'all how to do that green butter right. So y'all have a good evening. I need to get my back right tomorrow. Hopefully I'll wake up with it right.